Oh, I'm excited. All right, I haven't watched this yet. It's like the big reveal. I don't know how loud it'll be for you guys. I hope it's not too loud, but I guess we'll find out. This is supposed to be the set 10 like rundown, like an hour long. I don't know like whether or not I'll skip things back and forth, but we'll probably just watch this. There's a little teaser thing. If I'm not mistaken, the PBE is supposed to go live. It's planned for 2 p.m. PST, which is like 4 p.m. my time. But if it's like set 9s, I wouldn't play it until the next day. And apparently there's like an arena thing also going live for like regular league at the same time. And that's probably going to cause some issues. Ooh, we might not get to play the PvE today because I want to play the new Apex like event started, and I want to get as many Apex packs as I can. So, but we're gonna watch this. I'm gonna react to it, and then if anything, I do have the PvE open. That's this one, right? I like this one's updated. This is definitely not like this is like an old one, but we're going to check this out.
Hey everybody, Riot Mort here,
And I'm
we
pretty
made
excited.
it. It's time
Let's
for
see what
the
we got.
Team Fight Tactics Remix Rumble PBE rundown. Now, Remix Rumble is about to go to PBE. As always, it'll be sometime later today based on how PBE goes, which I'll be honest with you, we'll see.
But he's already tweeted that it's gonna be a shit show,
coming
probably.
to PBE at the same time. It's gonna be a little much, but
I really hope that like they get enough success.
If you don't make it onto PBE,
this
that's
year.
okay. The set will be live in 2 weeks, and it'll be even better balanced and less bugs.
Uh,
so don't stress too much about it.
They'll give just TFT its own PC client so that they can like do their own thing.
For everything you can expect, all the new champs, traits, changes, etc., things like that, so that you can go in pretty informed. There's already been a bunch of really cool reveals, things like the Nico VTuber videos that have been out there. But if you're a turbo nerd and really want to understand everything, this video's for you. So this is gonna be a long one. Let's get started and jump right in because
I'm ready.
There's a lot.
Talk to me, Mortal. Tell me your secret.
First off, let's talk about champions. As always, the champion pool hasn't changed too much. 13 1 costs and things like that. In this video, I've listed them in order: tanks and then non-tanks.
Okay, so Bruiser,
you can see, for example, Tarek, Tom Kench, Kennen, Lilia, Cassante.
That might have been a typo
and
then
kind
in
of
the other thing.
will be your sort of frontline units that you'll be looking to build a frontline around, while Vi, Yasuo, Evelynn, Annie, Jinx, Corki, and Nami are much more about, you know, damage and utility.
Oh, so this is Vi's damage arc. Let's go.
Some things to call out here. You get to see some of these TFT exclusive skins. We've got, you know, Kennen and Lilia and stuff like that. Those super fans. We'll talk about traits a little later. Tom Kench is that champion that prevents a lot of flat damage, so pretty cool there. Cassante this time, not going to be knocking units out of the board. Instead, just going to be a tank, gains a shield for a while.
So Bruiser, selling...
Yasuo is pretty exciting.
Assuming Sentinel might be something like...
Gains stacking AD % based on kills. So if you like that stacking fantasy, Yasuo is going to be a cool champion for you.
I'm assuming Sentinel works something like...
another pretty unique one where after she casts her spell 4 times,
I don't know what Guardian
sort of
is.
charges up,
Guardian or
gains
Sentinel,
some
one of
attack
those two.
speed, and can cast 2 fireballs at once, which is pretty cool. Nami, the bubble is back. I don't know if we'll see a bubble bobble build, but that's pretty cool. So yeah, these are kind of your 1 costs you can expect. Nothing too crazy. On the 2 cost side, again, your tanks are going to be Pantheon, Garen, Gragas, and Gnar. So not a lot of 2 cost tanks, but everyone else can do a bunch of pretty cool damage here. Pantheon's pretty cool in that he kind of reflects damage, so he'll charge for a while, gain a bunch of DR, and then fire it back.
Oh, that's sick.
Pretty neat. Let's see here. Gnar kind of transforms and punches, so he's kind of a mix between a tank and an AD bruiser, which is pretty neat. Beyond that, some interesting ones to call out here. Katarina is actually a ranged unit this time. She's not going to be you know, a melee unit, so she'll be throwing daggers from afar. So Katarina, a bit of a twist there. Kai'Sa, a low mana AD caster, jumps around, shoots some big bolts. Kale's got an interesting twist on her spell. Kind of reminds me of like old Kog'Maw, where it's like 30 mana, then you're in this phase where you're doing extra damage, and then it ends with that cool ult that comes down. So that's pretty neat. Twitch throwing poison. Bard's another pretty unique one. Bard's got an interesting twist to his spell, by the way.
I wonder
There
if
is,
Twitch's
like,
poison
he'll
is gonna
throw
be like
either
Teemo's.
healing or
Where it
damage.
wounds.
But there's a tiny percent chance you'll also get a tip. He'll get a gold. Don't worry, you're not going to be able to like optimize it with like a full tank comp. The chance is so low, it's not worth it. But occasionally, just a random gold will pop out, and that's kind of cool. So yeah, pretty cool here. 2 costs are definitely something to build around in the mid game. Yeah.
Glad to see Senna back.
All right, on the 3 cost side, we've got Nico, Amumu, Set, Mordekaiser, Riven,
My
and
boy.
Echo as your tanks. So quite a few 3 cost tanks here. Nico kind of being that premier tank for the KDA group.
Awesome, Mary's back. Let's
She's got
go.
her own unique skin, and that's kind of why we actually had to make that. Was like KDA didn't really have a tank. We kept going back to who's gonna be the tank. So Nico, pretty cool.
Argot's back, nice.
Amumu is a pretty interesting champion. Gains armor every time he takes damage, and then he ults. We mentioned that in the reveal, stuff like that. Mordekaiser is a pretty cool tank, especially if you get his headliner, which we'll talk about a little later. And yeah, Samira is probably one of my favorite champions this set. Every time she gets a crit, her rating goes up. You'll see that D to C to B, and for every rating, she gains 20% attack speed, so a large amount of attack speed, so she can get going pretty crazy. And then when she casts her spell, based off that rating, it'll do more damage. So Samira, you're definitely going to want to build crit on. Lulu can turn people into cupcakes every 3 spell cast, which is neat. Lux has got her laser back. Miss Fortune will be a very popular champion because of Jazz, which we'll talk about later. So Miss Fortune, that big AD caster this time. She is an AD champion this time. I know she's one of those confusing ones that we jump back and forth on, but definitely likes that Deathblade, that Infinity Edge, stuff like that. So yeah. And then Urgot, I think, is the other really weird one here. He's a 2-range champion. You're going to want damage on him. He's a pretty cool damage carry. All right. On to the 4 costs. Now, it might look like there's 13, but there's actually only 12. We'll talk about Akali in a second here.
Go.
On the tank side, Thresh, Zac, Poppy, Blitzcrank.
These
champions are going to be very popular. As we know, 4-cost tanks end up in a lot of comps, and each of these have their own advantage, so definitely expect to see them in a lot of comps. Thresh is a Targon-like champion. He's got an AoE CC with his lasso chain. Zac's going to be pretty beefy. Poppy can actually do some decent damage if you've got Emo and Mosher in, but also a tank. And then Blitzcrank's your solid, almost like Shen, where it's like very, very tanky. So Blitzcrank, probably the best tank. On the damage side, we've got Ezreal, AD carry, low cast, but cast his ult on his first cast, which is pretty cool. Caitlyn, another ranged champion with a really cool ult where she shoots like 4 or 5 lasers. Karthus does some big AoE damage from the backline. Twisted Fate is kind of a new take on like almost like that Kaisa spell where he throws cards based on his attack speed and it hits the board, so that's pretty neat. Ahri, probably one of the more interesting champions here. Low mana, so you're definitely going to want something like blue buff on Ahri, but can really melt front lines.
Viego's back.
Does some damage.
Nice.
And then the next cast,
you can go back to her Viego one-trick arc.
Front lines, pretty cool. And then there's Akali. Akali has a unique trait called Breakout, which basically, if you've got, KDA or True Damage active,
it's because Akali can like she shifts between.
And each one has a slightly different spell.
It's not like 2 separate Akalis. It's one Akali who, depending on what trait is dominant, is the version you get.
About sort of that higher DPS, but can't quite get to the backline. So check those out. And then we have 5 costs. There's some pretty unique 5 costs here. Again, I'm not going to spoil everything, but let's see. Alawi has her own unique trait, Ill Beats, where she has placeable tentacles. These tentacles can smack every once in a while, and then when she casts her spell, do some extra damage. Ziggs is going to throw AoE bombs that do a ton of damage, as well as they use Hyper Pop and Dazzler, so pretty good utility champion. Lucian will be very popular with Jazz, AD champion. Kayn has some really interesting stuff going on.
It's very AD heavy.
He changes forms based on if you win or lost last fight, and if you lost, you can try to get you some extra health back. If you won, you can try to snowball and gain
seems like it.
So pretty interesting. Sona is a lot like, if you remember Aphelios from, I believe, set 8, where you can place her and then choose the form you like. It can be a healing form, an attack speed form, or a damage form. So pick what you need. I'm a big fan of the healing one at 1 star and the damage one at 2 star, but whatever fits you. Kiana is an interesting champion, kind of like Tahm Kench, where she can knock items off of people and steal components for you. So if you want to have those crazy YouTubers where you had 40 item components, Kiana's the champion for you. Jin can fill your bench with violin turrets during combat and do a ton of damage.
I'm curious how he'll work if your bench is
really cool ghouls. So definitely the capstones of your comp. They're definitely tuned to be very strong. So
I was like, he has to put shit on your bench.
Yeah. All right, that's champions. Now, obviously, you can't talk about champions too much without talking about their traits. So let's go over the traits here. First off, we've got KDA. Pretty standard trait. Every game, when you place in KDA, you'll see a board. Your board will fill with these glowing tiles, and the arrangement is different each game. But it's all pretty standard stuff that fills like the back line, the front line, just kind of the formation we want you to do that game. And if they're standing, any champion on your team, so not just the KDAs, will gain some bonus health, AD and AP.
Oh,
if
that's
they're KDA
cool.
units, they'll gain double that. But so this is actually a pretty good splash if you want to run 3 KDA. Just give your team 10% max health and AD and AP.
That's actually pretty cool.
You'll also see our first sort of prismatic here, which is 10 KDA. Now, 10 KDA will be difficult to get because there are no augments that give you +1 trait or anything like that. So you're not going to see as many prismatics as you did in the previous set, but it is a buildable spat, and you do have
headliners.
So what you're going to need is like the headliner, 2 buildable spats, go to level 9, stuff like that. So good luck, but if you can get it, pretty powerful trait. All right, Pentakill. Pentakill, very similar, 3, 5, 7, 10. The way this works is Pentakill champions built in have 15% DR. And then for each kill, so let's say you're running 7 pentakill and you get your first kill, your strongest pentakill champion will rock out and increase their bonus damage to 50.
Oh, your
strongest.
strongest.
Get more damage. They'll start rocking out. On the 5th kill, all your pentakill champions rock out and your team gains 50% attack speed. So what's interesting about this is like 3 pentakill can be a really good splash in the late game because that means you're going to be able to get that pentakill and that attack speed and stuff like that. But it also works for the vertical here. And you can see here the 3, 5, 7 is 15, 30, 45% bonus damage. So yeah, pretty cool. And then, yeah, this is actually the hardest to hit 10. So, like, if you're looking for your Demacia 10, if you will, Pentakill 10 is definitely going to be that. But again, it's a 10. It requires a lot to go right, and there aren't as many ways to get extra +1 traits. True damage. True damage does bonus true damage. Shocker. But that's actually a small part of their bonus. That's nothing too crazy. What's more interesting is that any champion has at least 1 item on them, kind of like the old cyber bonuses, gains a unique ability, bling bonus. So an example of this might be Yasuo, who, as long as he has 1 item, can do a 12% execute. So you want to make sure you have items kind of spread
12%,
out.
that's actually pretty big.
Sometimes you don't need to fully spread it out here. For example, if you're not really playing around Senna, maybe lowering her mana cost isn't really something you need to do. But this bling bonus can open up some really cool...
Oh, that means that if you got true damage, like binary airdrop is probably really good then.
True damage goes up,
because you can spread the items out,
giving an even more interesting output. So
like easier. Could still get the third item for free.
Disco is actually a pretty standard trait here. It's a 3, 4, 5, 6, and if you have at least 3 in, you'll get a disco ball that you can place on your board. Unlike something like Jade in the past, the disco ball is not interactable. You're not going to do damage to it. It's not a target dummy or anything like that. But any allies that start next to it gain some attack speed.
It's not a craftable spot, the disco one.
So this is a really good ramping thing. If you can, keep your units alive for a while. Let's say you're running 5 disco and the fight has gone, 20 seconds. All of a sudden you've got like 80-90% attack speed, so it can get pretty nutty. Again, if you can stall that fight. At 5 piece, you're also going to get 2 disco balls, so that's going to allow you to not have to just group around that 1 disco ball. But yeah, there you go. Continuing on. Heartsteel. Heartsteel is my personal favorite. This is the economy.
Yeah, this one's going to be kind of interesting because of their take on it.
Where you would go on these like big 12 loss streaks and then get a big cash out. That's not going to happen this time because every 4 player combats, it's going to auto.
Oh my goodness.
No, you don't. Oh wait, I don't actually care.
I do.
Whether you won or lost. Nothing changes that. Instead, in those 4 player combats,
what's up, Hour? Welcome in.
How many kills you got?
I don't think true damage is gonna be that broken, to be honest.
What stage it is, that will convert into hearts. The more hearts you get,
because like I feel like it'll be pretty easy to balance it.
You go on a 4 loss streak on 2-1
compared to like some of the other stuff.
You're gonna get like maybe a component if you're lucky. Nothing too crazy. But imagine it's 6-1. You're at 100 health, and all of a sudden you put in 7 Heartsteel on 6-1, and then proceed to lose the next 4 fights while also getting a few kills. Whew. That'll be a big cash out because the multipliers go up a lot per stage, and that's the cool thing about this trait. You can actually pivot into it in the late game, trade some health for some rewards, then pivot back out of it. And that's what I love about it, is it's really flexible. You can play around Ezreal. A really common thing I'll do is like on my 4-2 roll down, if I hit the Heartsteel Ezreal or the Heartsteel Yone or set, I'll play that for a few stages, do 1 cash out, then pivot back out and find a different headliner. So pretty fun. Yeah. All right. Punk. Punk is the reroll comp of the set, if you will. If you're one of those people that like staying level 5 and rerolling for a long time, Punk is for you because it's a 1-1-2-2 champion.
Punk is going to be really strong early. But that's definitely going to be something that you can like tech in early and get a good power spike.
The next fight, the next combat planning phase, you'll get a 1 cost reroll instead of a 2 cost. It's like your reroll will cost 1 less gold. And every time you reroll, you are going to increase your bonus on this trait. So for example, it asks you every turn to at least press reroll once to get that 3% bonus. But let's say you reroll a few more times, you can go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, etc., etc. And this trait will stack up. I've seen it as high as, by the end game, you can hit like 1200 health and 120 AD. So it can get pretty nutty if you've got reroll. Works great with things like Golden Ticket. But yeah, you can get these really big reroll bonuses. So if you like pressing reroll, give Punk a try. All right, 8-bit. 8-bit's another interesting trait because it's kind of your flat AD of the trait. But the difference is, based on the damage your team deals, this is going to ramp up over time. And so, you'll literally get to see a high score meter. There's this like arcade machine that sits on your board, and the more damage you deal,
that's really cool. I've seen the video a little bit.
Basically, where every time it's going to stack up, and you can see
they have it on the page.
So, for example, if you're running 2 8-bit,
which we'll look at after,
max stack, this
and it's a really cool little thing on the side.
5% AD, which for a 2-piece trade is pretty good. And you can get this pretty high here. And if you can somehow reach the 20th tier and have 6 8-bit in, you will hit a grand prize, which is kind of fun. It's pretty hard to do, though, without like a 3-star 4 cost. But it's possible. You have to do a lot of damage. It's kind of fun to see how much damage you did in totality across the entire game. So, all right, Country. Country is our trait, as I mentioned on sort of like the broadcast.
That's what I'm excited for, because you get Hecarim.
You play around Urgot and Samira. You play Thresh as kind of your front line, and you get that Hecarim that
comes.
This
is basically Void.
The Hecarim powers up at 3 and 5, providing extra power to your team. And if you can get 7, which is pretty tough because you need a headliner and an emblem, and as I said, emblems are pretty rare this time. It's not a craftable emblem, but there are still occasional things like a tome drop and stuff like that. So if you can get 7, the Hecarim gets pretty
that's true. They're taking out all the +1 augments for the set because the headliners come with +1.
All right, Emo. Emo champion's abilities cost less mana to cast. And
so it'll be interesting to see how that plays around.
So For example, if you're running 4 emo, your Annie's ability is going to cost 25% less, and then every time an ally dies, she gains, some extra mana to cast even quicker. And as I mentioned, Annie's a champion where once she casts 4 times, then she starts doing empowered casts, and so that's why you want emo to kind of do that. The other thing we're calling out here is that there is an emo emblem. So, for example, if you want to run Karthus,
Emo
with an
emblem, bro, like
that's a
me
really cool
frou-frou.
combination because now Karthus's mana cost goes down 25%, which is a lot, and then you also gain that mana on kill. So if you can get an emo emblem, stay on the lookout for that one. It's a powerful one. All right, EDM. This is the most complicated trait of the set.
It's
So
like
if you're
mech,
watching,
but
this is the
more
thing that you
complicated.
should be liking. This is like Legend. It's a pretty complicated trait. But the way it works is there are 4 EDM champs. There's no emblem. You can't.
I want
pick
to fuck
emblems.
around with that.
You're going to pick one of them to sample from. So let's say you pick Lux. At a specific frequency, so a certain time, it's tuned per champion, so each champion has a different amount. All the EDM champions will transform and cast that ability. So, for example, if you have all 4 of these EDM champions on the board, and you have Lux as your sample, every, I believe it's 6 seconds, I could be wrong, that number might be incorrect, all these champions will cast Lux's ability.
That's
And so you
insane.
get 4 lasers going, doo,
That's
or you
fucking
can do it
sick.
with Zac, and all of a sudden, all 4 of them will transform into Zac and start bouncing around doing their ult and then go back.
Oh,
And so it's
that's
pretty
so
to see them all kind
cool.
of play off of each other. And you can see here as you have more of the trait, if you go all the way up to like 4-piece, they'll do that more often, and they'll do it stronger. So
Oh
pretty
my
neat
god,
trait,
that's so cool.
but pretty tough to play around. I don't recommend playing it your first game unless something goes very right. But there are some pretty cool builds where you can position and play around and do some cool stuff. We've even seen really weird versions where like you keep your Zed trapped so it samples more often. This is definitely the most complicated trait. All right, Jazz.
That's
this
so
is going to
cool.
be the most popular trait for all.
Wait,
the
so
tournaments. Do you guys remember Stand United?
I guess like the character has to stay
the more
alive for them
traits
to
you play,
sample.
the stronger it gets, and Challenger players love that. It's a trait now. Jazz says for each non-unique trait active, your team gains bonus health and bonus damage. So late game,
Yeah,
it
this
is
is
very
gonna be really
common to play
interesting.
something like Lucian and Misfortune for 2 Jazz, and then try to splash in 2 Guardian, 2 Sentinel, 2 Big Shot, 2 whatever, and have this long trait web.
This is definitely like a
powerful
flex-heavy
Jazz
one.
comp. And then you can get the emblem, which is a buildable emblem, and then you can make that a really cool endgame comp with a very wide set of traits. So pretty neat. Like I said, I think you're going to see a lot of Jazz, especially in Challenger lobbies. We've had to keep toning this one down, but you're going to love this trait. I expect to see a ton of Jazz.
That one's definitely gonna be
Hyperpop,
like
pretty
huge
simple
for
one here. It adds
flexing.
extra
Like
utility
if you can't get a vertical because you're like super contested, but you get like
you know
2 Jazz units and you just start building a board with a bunch of random shit that kind of like works together.
And then if you can somehow get an emblem and a headliner, you can get up to 4 Hyperpop, and that can get pretty wild here. So definitely check that out. My favorite is if you can get like Hyperpop Ari, play that with the Lulu, play some Spellweaver, play that with Ziggs, and get like pretty crazy.
I definitely
Get these
think
really
Jazz
cool
is probably
combos
gonna
where
have
your
those,
casters are going nutty. So pretty fun.
By cap.
All right, on to classes. Big Shot. This is your pretty standard AD class, a lot of spell casting. Basically, the way this works is they get some bonus attack damage. So
Increases for 3
they'll
seconds
be
when they use
15%
ability.
attack damage, nothing
That's
crazy.
pretty cool.
But then when they cast their ability, that will quadruple. That'll go up to 60%, but that does include the spell. So let's say Misfortune casts, that cast will be with 60% AD, and then for the next 3 seconds as well. So you'll get your spell plus a few big autos,
Oh,
and then
that's
it'll go back
kinda
down to
sick.
normal. So kind of a cool twist.
That's
on
actually pretty
flat
cool.
AD. Bruisers are back. Your team gains 100 bonus health. Really good to
Bruiser.
splash into Bruiser, especially for your Jazz comps. Otherwise,
Wait for my Bruiser
they gain health.
reroll.
They're back. There's no 8 Bruiser yet. We'll see. And there's no 3 Bruiser, so you can go back to memeing me now. All right, Crowd Diver. Now, when people read this, I'm sure you're thinking, uh-oh, it's Assassins. Nope. That's not how it works this time. Crowd Divers, the way it works is they gain some bonus damage. So let's say you're running 2 Crowd Diver, they gain 5% bonus damage. Every second they're alive, that's going to go up. So it's going to go 6%, 7%, 8%, etc. They're ramping. They actually do ramping damage. So the longer you can keep them alive, the more damage you deal.
That's cool.
Now here's the twist. When Crowd Divers die,
Oh, you
what
also
they
can't
will
see them
do
wiped
is they
out.
will leap onto like the back line, onto
That's
the first
fine.
enemy, and they'll do this like AoE slam that will stun enemies for 1.5 seconds, and then they die. They're gone, right? So there's no like jumping to the backline and casting their spells or anything, but they do provide some good backline disruption. And it's really funny if you're running like 4 Crowd Diver, and as they die, you just like repeatedly stun the enemy carry. So that can be pretty funny. But I don't necessarily recommend.
The issue is
playing
that
them
most of the
60
Crowd
right away,
Divers are
but
also
it is
like
nice to splash 2 of them and
carries.
get that backline utility. So again, not an assassin trait, but still some interesting backline disruption. Let us know what you think on this twist. Again, we talked about how there won't be any assassins this set. This is the closest to it. But yeah, let us know. All right, Dazzlers. Dazzlers are back, and again, very good splash here because their abilities reduce their target's damage by 15%, so it's going to make your enemy do less damage, which is nice. And then they also do some additional damage to their spell. It'll basically imagine if you hit somebody for 100 with your spell, at 2-piece you'll see some extra ticks that will make another 20 damage. So just some extra like bleed on top of it. Can be really nice, really good with Ziggs. Ziggs can hit like a wide part of the board. Twisted Fate also uses it pretty well. So yeah, Dazzlers. All right, Sentinel. Sentinel is going to be one of the more popular splashes.
Yeah, I can see
Gives your
the
entire
beautiful
team
face of
armor
my
and MR,
dog
So
himself.
2 Sentinel, very valuable to get 16 armor and MR, and Sentinels gain double that. So kind of like Bastion in that regard.
Okay, yeah, so that's the
if you run a
Bastion
4P
one.
Sentinel, they're going to have 70 armor and MR, which is a lot of tankiness. So,
Except better
otherwise,
because
pretty
like
standard
it's
trait.
not like a limited time
Edgelords, this one's
duration.
interesting. Edgelords gain attack speed, so they'll gain 25%.
The problem with the Bastion is that as soon as their
if their
buff
target
dropped
drops
off,
below half
like
health,
they
that
usually
will
just
double.
fell
So they're
over.
just, like,
It's not like
double for a bit.
some sort of
And
reroll
if they're
comp or
within
just
a
like
1 hex range, so basically if
super
they're in
vertical
melee range,
Bastion.
which means if you're going like a range thing or you've got a bunch of snipers focuses, it's not going to work. But they'll actually dash and slash through and move themselves closer to the back line. So definitely makes melee edgelords pretty powerful.
Cool.
Yeah. Executioner. Executioner means your abilities can critically strike, and they gain critical strike damage.
Oh,
so if you want
Vanquisher.
to use a spell to crit, make sure you run 2 Executioner. And then the lower their opponent's health, they get increased critical strike damage. So, or critical strike chance, excuse me.
Oh, that's
so that means they're going to crit more often
fucking
against lower
sick.
health targets, aka Executioner. Nothing crazy. Mosher. Mosher is kind of a weird comp. I don't recommend playing it vertical yet, unless you get an emblem or two. There's a lot of melee champions in Mosher, but the Moshers gain attack speed and omnivamp, which increases based on how low they are. So if you're missing half your health, it increases 50%. But again, that's pretty cool for champions like Jax, champions like Urgot, stuff like that. Even Poppy can actually use the attack speed. Poppy has very high base AD. So, but the problem is if you run 6 of them, you have 6 melee champions. It can get a little gross. So.
Who needs range?
All right,
Maybe just fuck them all up.
AP comp here, pretty basic. The one thing worth noting here is that 3-piece Spellweaver gives your entire team 15 AP, so it's a very good splash to try to run 3 Spellweaver. Then if you're running more than that, you also gain more. So for example, if you're running 3 Spellweaver, your Spellweavers have 35 ability power, and then every time a Spellweaver casts a spell, they
cool.
get +1. So this is one of those, like, if everyone's casting and casting and casting, it can snowball pretty out of control. Ari's the best for this. She's got that low mana cost, but really Annie can do it pretty well too. A really cool version of this is you run like 7 Spellweaver, and then everyone's building up that AP, and then Sona with the damage casts her spell.
Kind of like Heart.
So pretty neat. And Spellweavers are one class that does have a prismatic. If you can get 10 Spellweaver, cool. Yeah, good luck.
That's a good luck because it doesn't have a.
All right, Guardian's back, pretty standard. Once per combat at 50% health. Guardians shield themselves and their closest ally for 8% of max health. So if you're running 4 Guardian and Tarek drops below half health, he'll shield himself and 1 ally, which can be a lot of health to chew through. Don't try to run this like 8 or honestly even 6 can be a little nutty. But if you wanted to run something that's really ramping, 6 Guardian.
That'll be pretty good early though.
For example, can ramp up.
Like getting a shield that's like 50% HP, like early. Gets like early on could probably like definitely get you some pretty good ones, especially because like I think the Pantheon is gonna be a big one for that one.
All right, Superfan. This
is
a
a 2 cost.
Superfan is a 1/1/2/3, so kind of leans itself into rerolling, but not completely. And the way Superfans work is they love your headliner. Whoever your headliner is, it could be Karthus, it could be Ari, it could be one of them.
Is there always that many traits? Yes.
They're going to
There's always like vertical traits
so like
that are like the main lines. Like
Lilia,
so in this case, the skin lines themselves, right? Like KDA, Pentakill, all this stuff. And then there's like secondary traits that characters will have. That'll be like, you know, the tank traits, the DPS traits for AD, AP, stuff like that.
Every champion has their own item. We'll publish that list at some point.
Yeah, there's always like this a bunch of traits like this.
If you're running 4 Superfan, your headliner also gains extra health and Omnivamp. And then if you can run 5 Superfan, that item will turn Radiant. So a common build of this is like 4 Superfan, 5 KDA, run like a headliner Ari, you're going to get a free item, your Ari's going to get some Omnivamp, stuff like that. So Superfans are a cool splash into any comp to try to get your headliner looking real good. Rapid Fire, pretty basic here. Your team gains attack speed, they gain more attack speed. It's a ramping attack speed trait. Attack speed. Okay, that's it for champs and traits. Let's talk about the set mechanics. First up, Headliner. If you haven't heard by now, Chosen is back, but now it's called Headliners. There's quite a bit different here, but the first thing you'll notice is that there are Headliners in your shop. And you can see here, Caitlyn, they come at 2-star. And before you ask, yes, we tested it at 1-star. It does very bad things to the game. Didn't work out. So 2-star, Caitlyn, there she is. One of her traits will be glowing. So if you take this, Rapid Fire gets +1.
Yeah, this mechanics will be interesting.
And then the other thing is you can mouse over them and you can see their ability. Headliner effect plus 10% AD, and her ult hits 1 additional shot. So instead of 4, I believe it's 5. And you can see that for every champion. Every champion has a unique headliner effect. You're going to want a headliner on your board. Yeah. So headliner's back. There are some other details. I don't remember if I put a slide in. Hang on. Let me. Oh, Kent. All right. Kent was in my deck. Thanks, Kent.
Ooh.
Kent's clearly excited. Lilia with a custom skin. See, you give Kent a little power. This is what he does. All right, back on track. Headliners have a unique effect,
I love this game. The devs are always just
everyone
fucking
is
so great.
this time, which is nice because as we're trying to balance the game, if something's off, we can very clearly adjust it, right? If hypothetically, let's say Cassante is just the best tank in the game, there's a clear lever here, in addition to their spell, their headliner effect. So this is really nice. And as you can see, a lot of them are pretty basic. So like Corki.
Yeah, like nothing in this set like screams like super crazy shit that they have to balance, right? Like Demacia, for instance, I think was ridiculous because it just gave you a free Radiant item for like little to no cost.
8 times Bard has cast, play a dupe. Pretty interesting. So yeah, you can look through all these. I'll keep the slide up here for just a second. But like
plus a bunch of bonus like survivability.
But again, having a nice lever for every headliner.
But like most of these traits and stuff like
3 and 4 cost, same thing.
Seem very
a little bit, but
like easy to kind of manage,
world, what are we
right?
And 4 costs actually go
which
down
isn't bad, to be honest. It's not a bad thing.
Very strong. You can see, for example,
Because then they
Vex
can
gets
be
25%
more
bonus
flexible with
ability
like
power, while Ari has
spells and
15%
shit.
bonus ability power. And
Make
again,
more interesting
that's intentional,
characters.
right? This is very clear balance levers to try to make certain strategies more or less dominant. We can have good control over this. So for those of you that are very worried about the balance, even if we don't nail it perfectly, there are plenty of ways to get things in the right spot here. So I'm feeling very confident about our ability to adjust. Some fun ones here. Blitzcrank, passive zaps also deal additional max health magic damage. Amumu, I think, is one of the crazier ones. Remember how I mentioned Amumu gains armor when he's hit? Headliner Amumu also gains MR, so tanky on both axes. Can
Let's see. Bonus attack damage, bonus health, zaps, heals 2% max health because he's a tank. Bonus health, bonus armor, bonus magic resist, bonus health, bonus armor, health, AP, health, health and heal, health and damage, more AP. Attacks grant an extra 1%, and rocket launcher deals an extra 10% damage. 20% AP, health omnivamp. Oh, this is kind of like the augment from set 8. AD, combat star for every 8 times cast, play a dude. Bonus health, bonus health. Oh, so this one, instead of waiting, he just turns into Mega Gnar off the rip. That's actually pretty cool. You can frontline him faster. Damage reduction and increased damage. This one I think might be a little weird because like damage reduction in TFT has been kind of like up and down. Like Juggernauts is like was probably like one of the harder traits for them because like a couple percentages up and they're unkillable, a couple percentages down and they just fall over. Like, so it'll be interesting to see how this one works. AD crit, AD +2 range and dashes farther. That's actually kind of crazy. Health, final blade bounce deals more damage. Health, armor, magic resist, attack speed, health, AP. Sings an extra high note. Oh, cool. Some of these are definitely like more interesting, right? Where you get like extra ability cast, plays the dude, extra attack speed, then ability power, and each subwoofer pulse grows slightly larger. Oh, that's kind of cool. And then health, cosplays and allies, grants that ally 20 mana, health, magic resist 1 hit, AP, crit chance.
here, Blitzcrank, passive zaps also deal additional max health magic damage.
This one's kind of interesting.
Mumu, I think, is one
he
of the
gains
crazier
permanent
ones.
health as he like
gains armor when he's hit. Headliner Mumu also gains
gets
MR,
lower,
so
dies.
tanky on both axes can end up being really good. Mordekaiser's another one. 200 health, 5%
oh, this is
ability
fucking
power.
sick.
When he solo kills, gain 2% permanent ability power. So you can actually make a carry Mordekaiser if you get the Headliner Mordekaiser.
Oh, that's all I need to know, baby. We're going in.
And then we have our 5 costs. Obviously, with the 5 costs, we had to do something a little more unique sometimes. For example, Sona, every attack increases her attack speed by 2%. She attacks a lot. She's actually a really good Ginsu's user, so this is pretty good for her. Kiana, when Kiana copies an item, grant her 5% bonus attack damage. Yorick, summon 2 extra zombies. The big zombie is bigger. That's pretty fun. So, yeah, there you go. There's your headliner fix. One last thing about headliners before we move on, since I guess I didn't have a slide in there, is that the way headliners work is if you do not have a headliner, every single shop will have a headliner. The right side will always be that slot, which means you have a 100% drop rate. If you do have a headliner, what'll happen is in 1 out of every 4 shops, it will be there. Now, what that does mean is you are going to be slightly nerfed. You're only going to see 19 units instead of 20, because you can't, like, let's say you're playing KDA and you have a Nico headliner you're very happy with. Cool. And then you see an RE headliner in your shop, but you just want the basic RE unit. Sorry, you can't. That's just not how it works. The other thing to note is if you see a headliner you like and you try to buy it, what'll happen is the game will say, nope, you got to sell your old one first. So no mistakes, things like that. Again, very confident in the system, though. There will be some slight feels bads, but overall, it is a massive improvement to headliners and allows you a lot of flexibility. So. All right. Portals are back. Portals are this time much more subdued.
I'm excited.
You can see here, we're not doing anything crazy like House Light Shield or anything like that. And
Thank
instead, we are
God.
focused on, just a slight modification to the game. So start with a completed item anvil. Cool. Player health increase. Cool. There's some new ones here, like multi-talented, though. So, and the way it's going to work is when we ship, there are going to be these portals. So you can get a full list here. And again, nothing too...
Gold augment first, prismatic augment first. All silver, all gold, all prismatic. I think I gotta keep putting the prismatic ones in there, dude. I hate prismatics. I hate the portals that are like that give prismatics because people always go for them. It's not gonna be so bad now because you don't have legends, right? Tier 3. Oh, that's cool. Dupe start, triple champ start, gold per augment, gold per item, a lot of gold. 120 gold at 6-1. Holy shit, that's a lot. Start with 1 artifact. Start with 2 component envelopes. Choose one of. Oh, that's cool. Start with a complete item. Scuttle puddles. Let's go. Scuttle puddles is pretty cool. Player health increase. Immortal Bastion. The Shrima Bazaar, which was also a really good one. Start with the trading dummy. That's gonna be pretty good. Unit accelerator. Your team gains 10% attack speed and bonus movement speed. That one's definitely probably gonna be like cater towards certain comps. Headliners appear in your shop as if you were 1 level higher. That's kind of sick. And then headliners grant plus. Oh,
Too crazy.
they can do 2 plus 1s instead of just 1.
Your first augment this game will be
That's
gold.
actually kind of cool.
All augments this game will be silver. The last augment of this game will be prismatic, stuff like that. Some basic champion ones start with a 3-cost champion, start with a champion duplicator, start with a 3 random 1-cost champions. Some gold ones. Every time you select an augment, gain 3 gold. That one's back. Every time you build an item, gain 2 gold, so it's back but nerfed. Pot of gold is fun. This one's just fun. I don't think it's actually that insane. But at 6-1, all living players split a pot of 120 gold. So
split a pot. Okay,
gain
that's
40 gold.
more acceptable.
Cool. But otherwise, the rest of the game's pretty normal. Item ones start with 1 artifact anvil, start with 2 component anvils, radiant item, start with a complete item anvil. So again, nothing too wild here. Scuttle puddle is back. That's probably the most wild one. Let's see here. Player health increased. Champions on carousel hold 2 items instead of 1 is back. Start with a training dummy. Your team gains 10% attack speed and bonus movement speed. And then we have our 2 new ones that kind of work with the headliner system. Headliners appear in your shop as if you were 1 level higher, so you can get much more powerful headliners early. And multi-talented. Headliners grant +1 to another one of their traits. So that Caitlyn, for example, could give +1 8-bit and rapid fire. That one's a fun one. So, yeah. And then the other thing to note here is that we are planning in a later patch, probably right after Christmas break, we're going to add some more. We wanted to keep these separate from the game for now. We don't want everything going crazy your very first game.
Gain a high cost champion. Valor goes up with time. Okay, so they're bringing back, like, these are some of the ones that we have now, right? Silver Gold Prismatic is one of the Ixtal ones. The random champion is Fleshing Arena. The tailored champion is Dreaming Pool. Support item Anvil, that one's pretty good. Start with a spatula. Basically Bengal Cafeteria. Tactician's Crown, that one's actually new. Well, that one's like a different take of the Targon one, because there's a Targon one that you got 2 tac crowns. 2 item reforgers, I'm not a big fan of that one. That's gonna be kind of whatever. Every stage all players gain random loot from that's, what is it, Hall of 9? Tome of Traits is Tome of Traits. Treasure Armory is Warlords. And then Radiant Blessing at 40, getting blessed. Okay, and then those aren't bad ones, to be honest.
So some of the more crazy portals we're gonna hold.
The Reforger one, I don't really
very
give too much
clearly.
of a shit about that, personally.
But these will not be there at launch. They will not be there for the Vegas Open. So you can see Silver Gold Prismatic, Random Champion, and none of these are even that crazy. But we purposely just wanted to hold back a few and not go nuts right at the beginning. Start with a spatula. Start with a Tactician's Crown. Every stage, all players gain random loot from a highly varied pool. The Tome of Traits one in particular, that's one I'd like us to hold back. The Treasure Armory, Radiant Blessing, stuff like that. So those will come. If you have any other portals you're sad or leaving or stuff like that, let us know. But yeah, portals. All right, augments. Augments are back. I'm not going to go over every augment, and to be honest, some of these numbers might be incorrect. Things have been getting adjusted as we go, so bear with me here. Again, some might not be correct, but what you're going to see here is a lot of augments this set are not new, but there's 2 main changes to call out. The first is anything that granted +1 to a trait. So this is Wandering Trainer, Ancient Archives, a trait Heart, Soul, Crown, anything in that space, gone. Even Tacticians, the one that gives you 2 spatulas plus a component, even that's gone. You're not going to be able to get +1 traits from your augments this set. That's going to be reserved for the headliner space. The other thing is that there are a few new augments, around 40, 45 new augments, give or take. We've also made some adjustments here. For example, I think it's on this slide or the next slide, but oh yeah, Bronze Ticket is now properly called Silver Ticket. Golden Ticket is now properly called Prismatic Ticket. We did some renaming. You can see some of the headliner, or sorry, some of the legend augments have stuck around, but now they just appear randomly. But yeah. Pretty standard stuff here. Nothing on this page worth calling out, I think. Sticks and Stones, probably a pretty powerful one here. Your champions without items shred and sunder enemies. So if you need shred and sunder, Sticks and Stones is a very good silver.
That's
Sunfire Touch is
kind of cool.
That used to be red buff. We'll talk about that later.
Wait, what the fuck is that? Sticks and Stones. Your champions without items shred and sunder enemies for 3 seconds. Oh my goodness. That's actually kind of sick. Because you don't oh, that's actually really cool. I like that. That's cool. So that one's kind of like what is it? The red buff one. I like red buff. I like when they add stuff like that.
Tactician health, so a different take on that Vladimir legend augment. Yeah. Couple more silvers. Again, nothing too crazy here. One thing to call out here is like cutting corners, level up. They don't say get to level 10 anymore because you can get to level 10. We'll talk about that a little later. Others have been adjusted, like late game specialist here. When you reach level 9, gain 35 gold instead of 44 because getting to level 9 is easier now. Stuff like that. Young, wild, and free, slightly nerfed. So tried to balance some of the augments a little bit better.
Slightly nerfed. But you don't... Do you gain gold from it on live at the moment?
Stim pack is one of my favorite ones here, by the way. After your tactician loses 50 health, gain 4 item components. 4 item components for a silver, pretty good, but you don't get it till late game. So that's a fun one. And there are your silvers. Here's your golds. Again, nothing too crazy. A lot of slight balance adjustments, a lot of things that you've seen before. So we didn't do a big reinvention this set. But I'm just looking through here, seeing if there's any on this page worth calling out here. Some got a lot of twists.
Oh, okay. So they're adding more of these, right? So like Titanic Resolve, shit like that, right? Like you have Crown Guarded, where Crown Guard, gives you more stuff. Static Shiv, Chain Lightning Effect does increased damage based on stage level, stuff like that. That's not bad.
For example, here.
I mean, I don't know how good it'll be, but it could be like a.
But now big games.
Oh, I need like an item, but I can't. Like I'm getting fucked on components, kind of deal. You just grab it and just gives you extra shit.
Helping with those takedowns. So I think big gains and learning to spell are going to be very good here. Yeah, little buddies, your tier 4 and 5 champions gain 10% attack speed for every tier 1 and 2 champion you field. So what you can do here is like play Caitlyn with a bunch of tier 1 and 2 champions and have a very high attack speed Caitlyn. Kind of an interesting augment there. Heroic Grab Bag, gain 2 lesser duplicators. I think this is available on 2-1, so that's an interesting one. Yeah, you can see some of the new ones here. Crown Guarded, gain a Crown Guard. Your Crown Guard start of combat and bonus AP effects are 50% stronger. Oh, Shock Treatment. This is a favorite one. If you ever liked the Pikachu builds, Shock Treatment is back.
Pikachu.
Gain a Static Shiv. Its Chain Lightning effect does 100 to 200% increased damage based on stage level.
100 to 200%. I can see the number because he's covering
Static Shiv builds with that one.
That's insane.
A few more gold augments. Again, nothing too crazy here. Three's Company, etc., etc.
Yeah, because like for instance, that one falls under this like mana burn, right? Like I think like stuff like this is really cool. Gargantuan Resolve, Idealism is still in, Cut Above. Live for Danger, Metalheads.
But again,
immune to CC and heal 10%.
Idealism, Gargantuan Resolve, all sticking around. Escort Quest. Here's a fun
Pentakill main, here we come.
Dummies. At the start of combat, your target dummies launch themselves towards the largest clump of enemies, stunning units near them for 2 seconds. Gain 2 target dummies.
What
this augment, by the way, insanely good on
That's
stage 2.
So sick.
During our playtest, a lot of the people were saying it's kind of overpowered as far as win streaking because two dummies on stage 2 is a little nutty. I'm actually keep your eye on this augment, but if you take this, it might be
2 dummies that fucking stun shit, dude.
Become the target, and so
that's hilarious.
They're pretty powerful. Take a look at that one. And then you start to see some of the trait augments. There is 1 trait augment for each trait. So for example, here, Bigger Shot. Every third basic attack from Big Shot explodes, dealing 160% attack damage to nearby enemies. Rapid Fire can now stack up to 20 times. We also explicitly call out which units you're going to gain this time, so no more gain 2 Rapid Fire units. It now says gain a Jinx and a Senna, so that should be kind of nice.
Oh, that's nice.
But yeah, more gold augments here. Do it for the fans.
That's another lever they can like kind of tweak.
15% of the damage dealt.
You can't buy
Bro,
moments that matter,
all these ads.
but you can.
Cries and being too poor to afford YouTube Red. Or whatever it's called.
That's Jazz Baby. This augment I think is going to be insane. At the beginning of combat, your Jazz champions gain permanent bonuses based on the number of traits you have active. So, for example, if you can find an early Misfortune, you can start sacking her with health, attack speed, and even AD and AP, ending up with a very powerful Misfortune. I'm a big fan of that one. Heart Collector.
Oh, the Heart Collector seems pretty
interesting.
interesting.
With this augment, you're going to have some fun because every time you cash out, you'll get to keep 20% of the hearts. So your cash outs will get slightly bigger, slightly bigger, slightly bigger. I'm a big fan of Heart Collector. That's a fun one. So yeah. Insert Coins, another fun one. Your 8-bit units execute enemies below 10% health and have an 8% chance to drop 2 gold, increased by 1% for each 8-bit high score achieved. So as your score goes up, you get more and more gold. Kind of fun. Yeah. There you go. Bunch of gold augments. On to Prismatic. Again, nothing too wild here. A lot of what you'd expect already. A lot of stuff already working. You can see Prismatic Ticket, no longer called Gold Ticket.
No longer gain interest, gain 5 experience.
You cannot equip items on them. So if you remember that old... I forget the name of it, but the one that would clone like your highest health champion. Now you can specifically clone your headliner, which can be kind of fun. Determined Investor, I forgot to call this one out, but you can get Diamond Hands. Some of the other Shimmer items are back through other augments as well. I think I missed one in the gold space.
Shimmer Scale.
They're definitely there. Going Long, this one's an interesting one. You no longer gain interest. At the start of your turn, gain 5 XP. So kind of a different take on March of Progress. So that one's pretty fun. Birthday Present still around. Let's see here, just trying to see if there's any other ones. Caretaker's Chosen is back, but now it's level 8 for that Radiant Item Armory since getting to level 8 is a little easier. Yeah, nothing else too crazy on this page. Yep, you can see here Prismatics trying to look nothing too crazy here. Yeah. So again, not a ton.
Yeah,
of
Bennett airdrop is something. That's probably pretty good with the true damage, guys.
A lot better balance we're hoping this time based around the units. So, yeah.
Oh, Endless
All right,
Horde made
that's
it back
Frogman's.
in. Interesting.
On the system side, couple
Wait, what
things
was
worth
that?
calling.
Twin whatever?
Ton of new
Twin Terror. Yep, exactly. So this is like double. Oh, so Double Trouble got renamed.
augments, but some new toys to play with, some old ones, and again, a lot
Double
better.
Trouble got
control
renamed
this
to Twin
time
Terror.
based around the units. So, yeah. All right, that's it for augments. On the system side, couple things
All
worth
right, here we
calling out
go.
here. The first big one is, as I mentioned, the leveling changes. Level 10 is now the max you can achieve, not level 9. But it's now easier to get to level 6, it's easier to get to level 7, it's a lot easier to get to 8, and it's a decent chunk easier to get to 9. So you can see here those XP curves have gone down. 10 still requires 80 XP, but in exchange, and the way this works is that each of those kind of got nerfed. So level 7, for example, used to be 15% 4 cost, now it's only 10%. Level 7 is where you go to get 3 costs, not 4 costs. So if you really want to be playing 4 costs, don't roll on level 7. Go to 8. But going to 8 is much easier now. It's only 48 XP.
That's good.
I think a lot of games, if you're fast 8ing, you will be 8 on 4-2. You will have plenty of gold to roll, find a headliner, should be good. So you can see here, there's some of the adjustments. We also lowered player damage a little for big swings. So for example, in stage 2, let's say you lose by 4 units. You used to take 8 damage, now you take 7. So big losses got nerfed a little bit by 1 damage. So player damage shouldn't be too much of an insane thing here. On the bag sizes, we've actually been testing a bunch of different iterations of the bag sizes. What you're going to be playing on PvE is actually all the normal bag sizes that before, 29, 22, 18, 11, 10. So there will only be 11 forecasts, not 12. Other than that, it's basically the same. So a lot of our PvE testers were testing a version that had much lower bag changes, but for now, we've pulled those, and we're going to take a look how this goes. And then the last one here is excess critical strike change is now converted at 50% instead of 80%. We found this was causing a lot of problems, especially with our new executioner, and you're going to see a change later with Infinity Edge and Jewel Gauntlet that make it a lot less problematic.
Oh, okay.
So there's some small system changes here, but the leveling one is pretty big. It will change the tempo of when you level. I think, again, very commonly, you're going to see some 4-2 level 8s. So, yeah. All right, items.
All these changes
There's
pretty
some big changes
interesting.
here. So 2 items have been replaced.
Oh, shit. Rapid fire. Get the fuck out of my house. Let's go.
RFC is gone, but Sniper's Focus remains, so if you want +1 range, you can still get it. You just can't force it with bows.
Let's go.
RFC has been replaced with
Thank
Red Buff. Gain 35% attack speed, 5% bonus damage, and your attacks and abilities apply burn and wound. So Sunfire, Morello, and now Red Buff definitely give you some different options here. Plus that chunk of attack speed and bonus damage is pretty good. Night Harvester is replaced, as I kind of hinted at. Glove not having a tank item was really kind of awkward, so now Glove has a tank item. 250 health, 20 armor, 20 crit, not that you need a crit. Take 8% less damage, while above 50% health, take 15% less damage instead. So flat DR on an item can be very powerful, and there's the Radiant versions as well. So 2 new items to play with.
Nice.
In
Like to
addition,
see
we made
it.
some changes to the base items here. Bramble Vest, a little less armor, but now gain 5% max health. And we've just flattened the damage.
Blue buff
Scar
got
scaling
changed.
was an ancient system that didn't really need to be there. So Bramble Vest, a little extra health, a little less armor. Pretty cool. Blue buff. This one got kind of a nerf, if you will, but also kind of a buff. You still get your -10 mana, that was good, but you don't gain another 10 mana on takedown. It was leading to the situations where like really low mana people like Cassiopeia were just casting way too frequently, so that's gone. But instead, when you get a takedown, deal 12% more damage for 8 seconds. So still a very good damage item, still should be good. And now the difference between blue buff and Shojin should be pretty healthy. A 30 mana user, blue buff takes them to 20, Shojin 15 per auto, both good, should be fine.
Oh, yo, QSS though.
Quicksilver felt like the one item you'd never want to slam. We're trying to fix that here. So 30% attack speed, 20% crit.
That's kind of cool.
But here's the new twist. At the combat start, you gain immunity to crowd control for 14 seconds, so it has been nerfed a little. But during this time, you gain 6% attack speed every 2 seconds. Meaning, at 14 seconds, you have gained 42% attack speed. So you have a lot of attack speed now, and then that stays. That stays once the Quicksilver effect wears off. So it's kind of a ramping attack speed item now. You
That's
can
pretty
slam
cool.
this on 2-1, be happy with that big burst of attack speed. So should be a lot better. I think melee champions especially are going to love this item set.
Yeah, melee for sure, and then definitely like some of the
both
crit
have their
ones.
AD and AP lowered a bit, but now gain 8% bonus damage to make them much more attractive options if you already have a bunch of AP or AD. Warmog's armor, same thing, a little less health, but also gain 8% max health. Really good on Brawler Bruiser, obviously.
This is really alright, so this is like really good because this means that these items synergize better with like other items, right? Like collectively, or like technically, like it should work that way, right? Because like if you're dealing bonus damage and then you get something like this, like because there were some kits where it was like 2 Deathblades was better than an Infinity Edge because just the sheer amount of AD. And there was no other reason to combine it, but now like with this deal 8% bonus damage and you combine it with like the way crits work, like
you've got a bunch of health,
stuff like that.
Should allow this item to scale, be good on 3-star champions, not necessarily so 1-star skewed. Infinity Edge and Jewel Gauntlet. Abilities can critical strike. If you already have this, gain 10% critical strike damage instead.
Oh,
so,
nice.
Now if you have, Jeweled Lotus and you already built IE, it's not as badly wasted. You're going to gain some extra critical strike damage.
Yeah, it's still not going to be the best, but it's going to be like, if you get stuck with a glove and either sword or rod, you can still like slam it.
Dragon's Claw, much like Warmog's, has that 5% max health, a little less MR. And then Ginsu's a little less starting attack speed, but 1% more per stack. So Ginsu's gets to be a little stronger this set.
I still find it really weird that like Ginsu's doesn't have like a cap, like Titans does, right?
And then here are the Radiant versions of all those. You can see here. Even
7 on true damage. To be honest, it's probably going to be like a Sona combo.
Yep. And there you go. Bunch of radiant items. Morello still doing the 3% burn. Which is
Because
cool.
Sona's like auto attacks like buff your characters. It'll probably be good on
Artifact
Samira.
changes, nothing too crazy. Sniper's focus now, the best way to get plus.
We got here. Hull Crusher. I still don't know what they're gonna do with Hull Crusher. Hull Crusher still feels kind of whatever. Deathfire Grasp got nerfed, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's like 30 mana.
This one range, getting adjusted there. Hull Crusher, slight numbers adjustment here. Deathfire Grasp, the increased 50% damage was a little nutty, so Deathfire Grasp gets a bit of a nerf. Mogul's Mail, slight adjustment to the amount of stacks.
Maybe it is 15 online, I don't remember. I don't use it often.
Let's see here. Goldmancer Staff gets a little bit of adjustment as well for the gold drop. Banshees now gives attack speed and CC immunity, not just CC immunity. I think Banshee's Veil, very powerful support item.
That's gonna be nutty.
And that's it. That's a lot of what you can expect. Again, could go into more detail on like specific champs and abilities, but we want you to discover a lot of that and enjoy it. So should be a very fun set. As always with PvE, not going to claim it's perfect on the day. Let us know if you see any bugs. Let us know if you see any balance issues. We've been working really hard to make sure this is right. So yeah, should be fun. Yeah, that's it, I think. So all right, it's like 5:30 in the morning. Hopefully you guys enjoy this video. It should be up in a few hours, and then PvE
pretty excited
after that, and everyone will be playing. So it'll be great.
To be honest, like
last thing to call out: make sure you play the game with sound on. It's very important. This music system, I'm telling you.
yeah, I've heard the music is really good.
Sound on, enjoy the music. It's really cool. Every time I put Jin in and I hear that violin, it's so good, so good. So, all right, that's gonna do it for me. Hopefully you guys enjoy PvE. Yeah. All right. Until next time, take it easy.
Yeah, so PvE is supposed to go live in like an hour if it's on schedule. If not, then you know, is what it is. Where is the page? Here we go. The page. So this is a page with the. I saw this earlier. Like when I woke up, I was looking at this because the video hadn't dropped yet. This is kind of where you can see they show like examples for stuff. Like the KDA one's interesting because it's like, what is it? It takes the hex buffing thing, which let's see, from the sets I played, you know, we had Ixtal have it. There's also like Lavender Sea and Noxaraya, and then there's Infiniteam from set 8. But the big issue had always been like where the placements were. But now like you get like a lot, and it's like different formations. Oh, y'all won't be able to hear it anyway. So you're not as like pigeonholed to your formations as like you would be with some of the other ones, which is pretty interesting. Like I would rather have like a slightly lower effect, but a slightly less constrained like placement on my board. But that's more of, I feel like it's more like a personal preference thing. But it's pretty exciting though. Heartsteel is a really interesting one. Because it's like the econ augment. Let's turn it off because like the volume's gonna be like maxed out for every video. And like this one's really interesting because you kind of don't have to pivot out of it because it seems like the characters on it are pretty good. Because like there's a 5 cost, right? Because Kayn is a 5 cost. Because like for instance, Piltover you had Heimerdinger. But like by the time you got Heimerdinger, it didn't really matter. Right? Like Heimerdinger was kind of like just there. Unless you like somehow like high rolled one early. And even then he wasn't like an attack character, right? He was kind of like a support character. So he really didn't bring a whole lot. And then in set 8 you had like Samira was your highest one. And so you would like generally pivot from underground into in set 8.5 it was like Sure Shot. Because Ezreal and Infiniteam. So you would just like pivot from like underground into Infiniteam Sure Shot with Samira and Ezreal. Samira like made me like set 8 made me sad because they kept nerfing Samira. And it was just like it's one of the reasons why I felt like underground was like better balanced in a way than Piltover, because like Piltover you just never swapped out of it and you got a free unit on the board that just dealt like 1,000+ damage for free, and then like was just like an extra thing you had to kill, and you got the cash out, and the cash outs like the big ones were they were you know pretty big, but then it's like you don't drop any of the units because the units were pretty decent. Because like before, like the TX was overpowered, so then they had to like nerf the TX, and the TX, I think the TX is still not too strong. I had one the other day that at like 40 stacks still hit for like 2,000 damage for one cast. Like that's insane. But this one seems a bit more flexible. I'm kind of like, I'd be down to play this if you get the one where it's like you keep 20% of the hearts, you just keep getting cashed out. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. But it'll be interesting to see how the Econ Augment plays this set. Pentakill I'm excited for. Mostly because Mordekaiser's on it. I really don't give a shit about the rest of the team, but I kind of want to play, like, I've already kind of decided I want to play around like Pentakill and the country one because it has Mordekaiser and Hecarim. But like, honestly, like all the verticals seem really interesting in this set. Seem fun to fuck around. I feel like nothing has anything super. I think True Damage might be the only one that potentially could kind of go nutty, but at the same point, not really, because like while they do gain like bonuses, like that's a pretty easy tweak to do because like they can control it, and not to mention it's like in order to, you're not gonna like, it's not that good to spread out all of your components like just to get those extra bonuses. They'll more than likely be balanced because like for instance Ionia, the thing with Ionia is it was like there was no real control aside from the fact that only 3, like it would like your entire team would eventually get the buff, which kind of sucked because like the most control you had was you could control like who gets it first, and then after that you would just hope that like all the shitters would die so that way it would keep ping ponging to the like your carries and stuff. But with this you can kind of like focus it, and then they have like pretty easy levers to kind of like tweak it where they want, and like a lot of the traits compared to the ones currently seem easier for them to tweak to keep from like going out of control. Because like for instance Shurima has always been really weird that it's either extremely busted or it's just not that good, because unfortunately like that's just a hard one to balance, right? Like like for instance right now, like it used to be 2, it was like, I'm thinking it was at 6 Shurima. I think it was like at 2 Shurima, 1 ascended, at 4 Shurima, 2 of them ascended, and then at 6 Shurima, all your Shurimans ascended. And then when you went like full vertical, they all ascended and then ascended again. It was kind of like the last state at set 9 on the first half. And then in set 9.5, it was 2, 1 ascends, 4, all of them ascend. And then at 6, I think the ascension bonus is like, I think it's like what, at start of combat at 6? And then at 9, it's like they ascend again. Like Shurima's been kind of like odd for them to do. I think it's in a better state now than it was before, but like they took them like almost like half of a set to kind of put it in a point where it doesn't feel like too terrible. But when you compare it to like a lot of the other verticals, it just feels bad. Like, I mean, it's definitely like when like vertical to vertical, it's definitely worse than Demacia and Noxus. Like that's not even an argument. Those 2 verticals are extremely powerful. I think Ionia after the buff, it's still like, I think the only reason that like Shurima, like 9 Shurima would outdo like 9 Ionia specifically because like the units are slightly better, right? Like you get Anasis, you get Cassante, you can tech in 2 Darkin because you have Nefiri, like, you know, so because you're obviously going to go for an Aatrox, because with Aatrox it's a whatchamacallit, like it's a Juggernaut, right? It's a Juggernaut with a Darkin weapon, and you already have Nefiri and you have Nasus, so he's a no-brainer, and he's going to benefit from the Shurima Ascension. So like, but like Ionia, you're kind of like a bit more pigeonholed, right? Because like a lot of their stuff like works in-house already. So like Vanquisher, you have Jin and Zaya, you have Invokers with Shen and Karma. You know, you have like one Juggernaut with Seb, but he's a 2-cost unit. Like, but even then, like the bonuses that you get, like pretty much offset that. And then if you're in a lobby where other people aren't really going Ionia, 3-starring set's really not that hard. Like I've 3-star set a good number of times when other people are just hard forcing other things, and he makes a pretty good tank at 3-star. But even then, like the Ionia spat goes so well on so many other characters, right? Like you can put it on Belveth, you can put it on fucking Nyla, you can put it on Ashe, you can put it, like there's just so many characters that it's just like so disgusting because it gives them attack speed, and attack speed is kind of like, it's one of the reasons why Gwynsu's was so nutty, especially in this set, because it's like attack speed's so good. Attack speed is more mana, more damage. It's usually really good on like with like other stuff. But Pentakill's kind of interesting because Pentakill to me seems like a more stable Noxus. Because the problem with Noxus is you couldn't tech into Noxus late, right? Like if you don't have Noxus like by stage 3 at the latest, you're probably fucked. Like you can't really go like vertical Noxus because you're not gonna have any stacks because everybody else's board is gonna be like peaking. And like Noxus units like are like they're strong early, but they fall off pretty hard if they don't have like full stacks. And even if they do have full stacks, they don't like they sometimes will still fall off because like it's just like Noxus is just a really weird like thing. While Pentakill, you have your bonus damage and damage reduction, and then they just get stronger throughout the fight, and then they reset, which means they can make the characters pretty good. Oh, I really want to do that Mordekaiser carry augment though. That shit's gonna be so fucking nutty. Like I want to get like I'm already thinking like I want to get the Pentakill augment, and then I want to get Mordekaiser as a headliner, and then just fucking make Mordekaiser carry for shits and giggles, and just let him like go at it. Cause like you can see here, it seems like he has his like metal like the metal storm spell is what he does while he's like jamming out. He's right here on the side. Let's see. He just starts jamming. I don't know if it deals damage though. I imagine it does because it's the shield, and I'm assuming it's the metal like storm thing that he has. But it's pretty interesting. It'll be pretty interesting. Yeah, this is true damage. Which I think true damage, like, it seems like they could be crazy busted, but I really don't think they'll be, like, super crazy because for the most part, you still have to put the items on things, and there's no way you're itemizing everything, right? And, like, what'll probably happen is, like, so, like, for instance, Yasuo's, at least from what I've seen, Yasuo seems like the craziest because he just executes shit, but he's also a one-cost unit. So, like, what's probably going to happen is you're going to probably put items on your Yasuo early to then, like, you know, take off to put on maybe a Kali later. Like that's probably what's gonna happen. Like you'll build items on Yasuo and then just put on a Kali later or some shit like that. And it's like it'll probably like be a very like stable from one to the other kind of deal, right? So like, you know, you get a Kennen and you get a Yasuo early, so you have 2 stars. So then you put tank items on Kennen, you put like, you know, Akali items on Yasuo. And then you just keep going, and then depending on what else you get, you kind of just go from there, right? Like if you get Kennen, and then say you get Echo, and then you get another Sentinel, and then you like, you know, sell your Kennen, you know, you have like one just chilling on your bench, you sell the Kennen, you put him back in, you put your items on Echo, you then get a Kali, you have another, like, you know, it's probably something like that is how it's going to play out. And then you just get Kiana like late game and just itemize her and just let her do her things. Country is another one I'm pretty like I want to like work like I want to play because it's like it has Hecarim. I'm not gonna lie, like part of the fun in TF2 is just playing stuff that has like characters you like. You can't really change my mind on that. Like it's one of the main reasons I like going Noxus or Slayer is because Mordekaiser is a Noxus Slayer character. So and Mordekaiser is like my favorite League of Legends character. I was really hoping that they would do like what, because like I figured out early that I was like, well, I think like most people were just like, oh, it's music related because like the Heartsteel video had TFT stuff in it, like there, you know, you could kind of tell, right? You'd be like, all right, it's music related. We got KDA, we got Heartsteel, we got whatever else they're gonna do. I was really hoping when I thought about it that they would take the Trundle Volibear police skins and then make them like the, you know, the bouncers, that kind of deal. So then it was my copium of Volibear's gonna be in, but he's not in it, so I'm sad. So now I gotta wait like 4 months for the next one. Because this, starting with this set, we no longer have mid sets, right? So I think it's supposed to be 4 months. Something like that. Each set is supposed to last like 4 months. Some shit like that. It's supposed to be like 3 sets a year. I don't know if this first one will last like the full set amount. Or is it 3 or is it 4? I don't fucking remember. It might be 4. I don't know. But there's no mid set, so there's no rank reset, and we get Emerald. But yeah, this one's the summoning one, which would be pretty cool. The interesting note is like you get to see the Hecarim on the side, but he doesn't do anything until you lose like a certain percentage of your HP. And then Thresh is basically like Swain, right? He's got like a two cost range or two range, but he's like a tank unit. And then and then there's we can see the Samira like rating increase. Right, so D, C, that she's critting. Oh, her ult is also the quality of the video is not me. It's like how it's getting ripped out from YouTube. Okay, so it's the single target version of her 4 cost ult. Emos. The punk one is gonna be kind of interesting because like they're all low cost units. So and you can and, like 2 of them are frontline units. Well, even that, like what'll probably happen is you're probably gonna see a lot, especially like higher players like Tekken, probably like Pantheon Twitch, Pantheon Jinx, and then just use that to like strengthen their board for whatever else they want to do and use them as item holders. I'm kind of curious if Twitch's thing, it doesn't seem to wound because I don't see the heart icon. So we can see the Sunder, but like when Twitch throws his like poison, you don't see, there's usually a little like heart icon, or they're like, well, they usually get like, you know, they're caught on fire too when they're wounded. So, but what that probably means is Twitch could probably be a decent Morello holder early since he like has a bit of AoE. Because the problem with Morello is that like if you don't have like something that does AoE, it's kind of a moot point to put Morellos, which is why Morellos is considered a like a mid to late game slam and not an early game slam. Disco, this one is actually the one I think could be the hardest to balance because of the disco balls. Like actually. But I don't know, I'm kind of excited. Like for the PB for set 8 or no set 9, I was like yeah, it's okay. You know, like it was I liked the Shadow Isles in like set 9 in the first half, but like even in the PB, like I remember being like, there's some stuff in here I don't really like. Like I was just excited for a new set when I first played, but this one, like looking at all the stuff now, like I'm like, this seems like a lot of like pretty interesting stuff. What's up, Zephyr? How's the week going? The Jazz one is definitely gonna be like the cap, like for capping stuff though. Like it's probably gonna be like the flex like trait where if you're in a lobby, right, and like, you know, everybody else is hitting their verticals and you can't, and you're not hitting anything, and then you just go Jazz to like deal with it. Wait. Does he have 2 different casts? Also, Cassante, the no longer knocks back thing. Fuck. I remember seeing a Lucian animation earlier and for his cast, and it wasn't that. It was a different like animation. Losing your sanity after every game. That my gambling show started. I was really. I don't know. I know. Okay, so this is 8-bit. This is what I'm actually kind of like low key interested in on the side, because here's the arcade machine that you have like checkpoints to hit, and when you hit them, you get bonuses. But also, I don't know why I'm like my brain is like so tired right now. I got like 8 hours of sleep, but apparently it wasn't very good. Oh shit. Interesting to note is that Riven doesn't have a rank trait. Is edgelord. Day's good. We're chilling. We're just looking at all the new stuff. I have PvE open, but like it's not like going to be up. Because I don't think it's gonna be up. Like I don't think it should be up yet. It already has the Remix Rumble BP. But I'm pretty sure that Yeah, see, so it's about to go in maintenance in like 30 minutes. Okay, so it goes in maintenance in 30 minutes, and then it goes for 2 hours. All right, so we're not playing PvE today. So basically, it means we're going to do some ranked after I'm done looking through this. Yeah, I know. Shut up. I really wish they would just like let me be able to like log into multiple accounts on the launcher and then just swap between them like you can on like Twitter and Discord. I don't know why that's not a thing yet. This one's like, I was actually surprised that this was like a 3 cost and a 5 cost, because that means you're gonna have to hold on to Lulu for a while, but Lulu has Spellweaver, so it's probably not that bad. Also, I don't know why the launcher's been tripping out that when I log in, like I have to like close the launcher and like relaunch League of Legends to like actually be able to play the game. Gonna rock the emos, hard nodders. Steffi's like, they put me in the game, I'm gonna play me. I think the super fans thing is kind of cool. I just don't know how you're gonna get 5 in a way that's like, because all the +1s are out, right? So like the crowns, the hearts, all that stuff's out. There is no spat for super fans. So the only way to hit 5 super fans is by having a headliner super fan. But then if you have a headliner super fan, that means they're the one getting the radiant item and not like a headliner for something else, which is going to be kind of interesting to see. Don't belong in the Zephyr spammers. Well, you can't spam Zephyr anymore. It's the same with the support item. Thank God. Blessed. Oh, this is a Sona one. This one's really interesting. I kind of guess they use the Aphelios one, but you can like choose what you want. So like heal and shield, attack speed, or ability power and deal damage. Oh wait, this is boost AP. That means that's kind of interesting. In the shop. You had that shot for me. And to kill Casante. Oh, Blitzcrank was that. I will say I'm really glad that this next like set is like music themed, because I don't think any of the like BP shit I'm gonna care for. I have this weird thing where I like music themed things, but I don't like aesthetically music themed. That makes sense, right? Like I'm not gonna buy like music shit. Like, you know, these arenas with like speakers and stuff. Like I like stuff like Bilgewater. This one's gonna be pretty interesting. I didn't realize she was a 5 cost because they didn't show the shop here. And I didn't read this part. Or no, like I didn't realize she was a 5 cost in like some of the other videos in the earlier shows, because it didn't show her cost and then she was a 5 cost and I was like, fuck. Also, this is like a typo. I'm pretty sure Brawler is supposed to be Bruiser. I'm pretty sure Brawler is what it used to be called before they changed it to Bruiser. I think Brawler was set 8. And then they changed it to Bruiser and set 9. Because I remember Brawler used to be like, it used to be like a fist icon, and then now it's like a dumbbell icon. But Alawi's gonna be cool. And then we have the Jin. This is the one that I don't know how it's gonna work if you have like a full bench, because the specific thing says he summons 4 and then he starts conducting after 4. So then like what happens if you have like a full bench? Which I mean, I guess it'll be kind of like kind of, this is what happens when it doesn't like that cool stuff. Because he's like a 5 cost, and usually that late in the game you don't have a full bench, right? You usually have like a couple free slots. But it's like he allows them to place Grand Finale rifles into empty bench slots, and then upon placing 4 on the bench, he begins conducting, which is when they start blasting. And it's just like, basically it means if you throw Jin in, you have to have like, you have to have 4 free slots, else not gonna be able to do what he needs to, unless he just summons a turret like on top of something. But yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty excited. The new item changes was pretty sick. RFC gone. Interesting that they went for red buff though, considering how much like anti-heal is already in the game. Right, like you have Morello's, you have Sunfire, and then now we have red buff, which gives whatchamacallit, let me see. I don't know. That's 10. Here we go. Oh, this is kind of just like the extra stuff. All right, set 10 champs. We can look specifically at what everybody does in alphabetical order, so we'll go down. All right, so Ari deals magic damage and stuns them. Okay, so so it's like a two-part thing. She first cast, she deals magic damage and stuns them. Second cast, she just starts sending out an orb that deals a fuck ton of damage. And then headliner effect is just more AP. Akali, I think, is gonna be one of the more like complicated units to kind of like deal with. I'm sorry, I don't know why I just got like extremely tired. The EDM units, I'm honestly like really interested in too. Like the 8-bit, the 8-bit one and the EDM are like the two that like I've kind of like low-key interested in fucking around with, especially the EDM one, because they didn't say anything about the EDM ones on this one. At least not that I remember. Maybe I just didn't see it. Yeah, no, they didn't say anything about the EDM ones, which is kind of nutty. Like what they do, that they copy an ability. That's gonna be kind of fun. But yeah, Akali is gonna be kind of interesting because she just flexes based on which trait is higher, right? So you can still technically field KDA and true damage, but then if you field Akali, whichever one like has the higher amount is what she turns into, which is interesting to see in a 4-cost unit. Because usually you don't see that kind of like mechanic, except like at a 5-cost from what I've experienced. Also, this is basically just Vanquishers. This is Vanquishers plus something else. Because I remember this from another trait. That like as they lose HP, you deal more damage. But in this case, it's more crit chance. So KDA Akali throws Shuriken, unmarked enemy. Marks them, dashes to every marked enemy, and deal physical damage to you. Wait, so does that mean that like it pierces? Like if she throws like a shuriken, it'll hit like she'll aim at the furthest target, but then it'll mark everything between her and that target, and then when she casts again, she just dashes and hits everybody. I wonder if that's how that works. I could watch the video, but I'm too lazy to open that tab again. And then the true damage version is she throws 3 waves of kunais at the closest 3 targets. Each wave deals physical damage split between the targets hit. And then as more targets survive, she regains mana. Bling bonus is she heals for damage dealt. Then her headliner. Wait, is her headliner effect the same? It should be, yeah. Yeah, it's health and attack speed. And then mana refund is the same until 3 costs. 3 starred. So 8. So she gets 8 per. So basically she's like, oh fuck. You put like a giant slayer on her and you just put her in the middle of your fucking front line and she just like goes ham. That's actually going to be insane. Because like if you deal like basically it's gonna come down to you trying to get her to hit as many targets as possible when she's like true damage. Like basically like her true damage version is just murder the front line, right? Because she's gonna deal like bonus true damage and then she's going and I see these numbers getting like tuned down, especially like 2 and 4. I think 20% at 4 is kind of high in my opinion. especially for something that's a 1-1-2-3-4. This one might get knocked down to like 10%. This one might get knocked down a little bit to maybe like 18%. I think the 6 is fine because you're playing to get 6 you need a 5 cost and you're playing like 3 low cost units, but 2 and 4 seem a little high. But I guess we'll see how it goes. But this is actually kind of insane. This is definitely like frontline killer. Because she refunds the mana and then so like if she hits like 3 people, that's like what? 24 mana back. And then if you give her like Shojins, probably Shojins, she'll then cast again like pretty quick because she'll get like almost like to be honest, like most front lines are like 4, right? At late game. That's like 4 times 8 is what? 32? 32 mana, you get almost half the mana cost back when the tanks survive. I mean, at that point, you probably also have a fully itemized Akali, and she's probably going to kill like 2 of the shittier tanks on the front line. I don't know. She's definitely like a frontline munching unit though. Amumu, emo boy. When attacked, gain 2 armor and stacks. That's really cool. Deal magic damage to adjacent allies. Every third cast has double the radius and stuns for 1.5 seconds. Oh, and then damage is based off of his. Oh, I think this is Rammus. I was gonna say it's been a while since we've seen something that like damage that scales off of tankiness. That was Rammus in set 8. Rammus is like Rammus and somebody else. There was another unit I think in set 8 that also scaled off of like tank items. But like we've seen HP, right? Because we have Cho'Gath, like Chobaitum in the current set where he scales with HP. But like set 8 we had Rammus where the more armor he has, the more damage he deals. And then now we have another armor stacker again. So you can put like, you know, Bramble protectors, you know, and get him to deal a fuck ton of damage. And get him to cast like that first cast pretty quick. Wait. Plus 150 health when attacked. Also gains magic resist. I wonder if this stacks to 25 times also. I imagine this could, like, right? Like, it's just 2 magic resist that stacks up to 25 times. But I doubt, there's no way this stacks. There's no fucking way this stacks. Like 25. Bruh. Yeah, no, there's no way. It just has to be 150. There's no fucking way. That's like a 2,000 plus health. Bro. Deal dark damage to the current target if you have cast Dark Disintegrate at least 4 times this combat. Gain 50% attack speed and targets 1 additional enemy. He's emo. Philios. Physical damage to the current target. Physical damage to adjacent enemies. Stun the current target if this kills them. Stun the nearby enemies for 1 second instead. Alright, so like so far like we have stuns, but apparently it's nothing like too crazy. Like I feel like the stuns in set 9 were insane. You had Jarvan stun, which was a 2 hex fucking circle that he jumps. It made it incredibly hard to kind of bait around because like since he jumps, right, and it's from his point of origin, you could try to stack, like you've seen me do it in games before. Let me see, where's the builder? Right, where I'll just take like, I'm just gonna toss units up, right? So like this is like my front line, like I have like 3 units here, right? And then say I have like my carry over here, and then you've seen me stack like 2 units like this over here, because what I'm doing is I'm trying to make it so that Jarvan's AI is supposed to target the most clumped up like part of the board. The problem though is, I'll put another one up, is that sometimes, you know, they die, and then like say, you know, this moves over to here, and then say something gets back here and kills one of these units, and all of a sudden Jarvan jumps here. because like to be honest, like you're not itemizing that many stuff, and late game like stuff's dying pretty quick most of the time unless you're playing like Targon or some shit. Aside from like 4 or 5 units, or if you're just like incredibly more powerful. But like it becomes kind of hard because like 1 hex is this, right? 2 hex is this. Like it's a huge stun. And then his thing is that like if you kill him before he hits the apex of his jump animation, you can cancel the jump. But if he's hit the apex of the jump and he dies, he still slams. So he still stuns. Meanwhile, Quinn's like entire cast animation will go off and it won't deal any damage. It's really weird. But like Jarvan is really hard to play around. Then you had and then the worst one was like you had Cassante, right? So you have your front line, and then a fucking Cassante would punt, like, you know, and then you do your little angle thing where you're like, oh, it's over here, so you know, stack your turret or the Heimerdinger, and then all of a sudden, you know, you have this Grave dies from, you know, just random bullshit. This guy gets punted over here by Cassante, Jarvan jumps over here and then hits all this, right? Because this is more clumped up than this is. Like, Jarvan is really hard to play around because before Garen was I'm thinking Garen was also a 2 hacks, but Garen was from where he was standing, from his point of origin. So the 2 corners were always safe. Like if you had a front line, like as long as you had to look at positioning, right? Because if he was here, this corner is not safe. If he was here, this corner isn't safe. So then you had to play like middle. But you could outplay the Garen stun, like where it's at, depending on where the Garen was. And if your front line was tanky enough to keep Garen from moving from that position, you could outplay it relatively easily. And then, I mean, you did have to kind of worry about like Urgot, because Urgot could bump your units up like 1 row. But again, that's like the trick there is that most people try to put Urgot like here or like in these 2 because you're trying to pull these guys up to hit them. So, you know. And there's ways to play around it. I feel like last set there was like way more ways to play around the stuns than there is in like this set. Pike was another one that was kind of like rough, where he's just like he slides and he stuns everything that he hits. But like I don't know. But the stuns in this game, at least so far, we haven't really hit any of the high costs, because like a Mumu stun is only gonna hit the front line, which is whatever. The problem is when your backline gets stunned. That's a real big problem. That's a death sentence in a lot of matchups. This one's kind of interesting where he does a target, like he does the cast, and then he stuns it, and then if they die, it stuns the person like the enemy next to it instead. That's kind of cool, so that way it doesn't go to waste. Because that was an issue with Morgana. Morgana's cast, sometimes when she would cast it and it would hit a target and then the target would die and then your stun basically went to waste, which feels bad, man. All right, this is Bard. Plays a 2 and 4 random notes from the phone. Deal magic damage to the current target. Chime, heal the lowest health ally, and then tip, which is apparently it's supposed to be very, very RNG, is drop 1 gold and then play another note. So you get both, right? You don't like. That's really interesting because he said it was going to be really, really rare to get the 1 gold, but you don't like miss out on it's the 1 gold is just extra because it gives you the 1 gold and then it plays either Doot or Chime. And then the headliner effect is that every 10 casts, the first time he casts on like combat, he then plays an extra note, right? So as time goes on, he goes from 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8. So like basically this is like reroll, right? Like if you go reroll, right? Like say you go reroll with like Punk, and does it have? I don't think it does. You used to be able to do the builder with like the new units, but I don't think they have it set up for set 10 yet, unless it's like through this one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, bro, I love this website. They're so good. So like, you know, if you get Bard early, you get like headliner Bard, and then you mix it with like Pantheon and like probably Vi for frontline. And you like fill that out, right? So you get like Punk, and then you'd have to just wait for the MF for the Jazz. What a bitch it. Right? So this is what you have. You have Punk, Jazz. And then you just fill up your board, right? So you have like Guardian, you have Mosher. Because you could also do, we'll see what Twitch's stuff do. Because you could also do like, you know, take Vi out, use Twitch. Because Twitch is the other 2 cost. And then you have and then you just fill up your front line, right? So you get like, you get Guardian for this, you get like Bruiser or whatever, right? You just try to like fill out as much of this shit as you can. For sure, get like Dazzler and stuff like that. And then if you get the headliner buff, like he could probably, and you go like reroll, he's probably going to like shit on some people late game, which is pretty interesting. I will say I didn't notice any like specific character carry augments, but I wasn't really looking at the augments all that hard when they were showing it. We'll see it when we get over to augments. All right, Blitzcrank. It's supposed to be just like a tank. Deal magic damage to nearby enemy every 2 seconds. That fucker's getting an ionic spark. Gain shield for 5 seconds. Deal passive damage every second instead. And then enemies take an additional 1% of their max HP health. What is this? He's supposed to be a tank. Plus 400 passive zaps also deal additional max health. You take Blitzcrank. You give him ionic. You get that fucker a disco ball and some sentinel, and he's probably going to be killing some people in the front line. Zap damage 75%, 105% at 2-star, which is going to be really easy. Bro, that's scary. That's actually kind of scary. Bro, you give him like, you go protectors into a, you go like ionic. Well, you have protectors and ionic because he's a 4 cost, right? And then like you just give that to him so that way his first cast goes off and he's just like, you have the taser from his passive, the taser from the ionic, and then his super taser from when he casts. That's gonna be kind of gross to deal with. And then he has he has TF, who's his 4 cost carry, who's also magic damage. What the fuck? It's nutty, bro. That's crazy. Oh, that's so sick though. That's gonna be such a pain in the ass to deal with. Fuck. Line up shots at the 4 for this enemies. Shots deal physical damage to the first enemy hit. Oh, so it's Caitlyn ult, but she shoots it 4 times. Headliner effect is 10% AD and the champ, so basically 5 instead of 4. This is kind of boring, but you know, you can't have anything super crazy. Deal physical damage to enemies within 1 hex of the current target and wound them. Okay, so Corki is the wounding one for a few seconds. That could be kind of nutty, to be honest. Because like for having that as a 1 cost unit, like, because 1 cost with Big Shot, right? So he shares with like Kaisa, Misfortune, Ezreal, Jin, and it's a 2-4-6. Like if you're gonna go Big Shot, you just take Corki. Because if you have Corki, you just don't have to worry about Sunfire or Morello's, as long as he doesn't get fucking blasted, right? Granted, red buff also exists now. But I feel like he's just a good unit to have. He's definitely going to be a good 1 cost unit to have. Like burn damage is nothing to scoff at for the first like, or well, not burn damage, but wounding is nothing to scoff at. I mean, to be fair though, that I don't think there's anything like Shurima early, so there shouldn't be that much healing this set. So maybe this won't be such a big deal. All right, Echo. You tank better than you did in set 8. Deal magic damage and stun enemies within 2 hexes for 1.5 seconds. Gain a shield for 4 seconds. When shield is up, heal 60. Oh yeah, no, he's definitely a better tank than last set. What the fuck did Echo do last? Like he was a decent, he was an okay tank. He wasn't anything crazy. I don't remember what he fucking did last set. I just remember that like sometimes I would build him and he would just fall over, and I'd cry. But I'm like, shit, I should just put those items on Alistar. Evelyn, deal magic damage to the current target for 4 seconds, gain 50% attack speed, restore health on attack. And then she gets a health and AP. How long does the attack speed last for? Is it like permanent, like in the combat? She could be a pretty good 1 cost starter. What I'm curious about, right? So you have like crowd divers, which is like 300 magic damage. Like if you put Ionic on a crowd diver and they jump to the furthest enemy, Does the spark go off before the explosion happens? Because I feel like that's gonna be some tech early. Like if that's the case, like I'm thinking of like Talon from Oxforce from set 8, where you put Ionic on him and then when he jumps to the furthest enemy, he just fucking one-shot somebody. Cause like early on, like cause it's 1-2, right? Like this is pretty easy to get in stage 2. Like if you just angle these where they just jump and explode on something in the back and you put Ionic on one of them, like that could win you some fights early. Let's see. True shot barrage. Click away from current target, deal physical damage to them. Every third cast, deal physical damage to all enemies in a line. Oh. So he's kind of a mix of like set 8 Ezreal with and without the parallel bonus, right? So like without the parallel bonus, he's his first 3 casts or his first 2 casts is like without parallel bonus, and then his third cast is with parallel bonus. Because in set 8.5, if you didn't play it, Ezreal had 2 versions also, but his was 2 independent units, right? It's not like Akali's. You had 2 cost Ezreal, which was underground, and then you had 5 cost Ezreal, which was Infinity or shot. But they had a passive that when you had both of them on the field, it would enhance the abilities of both. And for 2 cost Ezreal, it would turn his into the ult, right? So he just shoots the fucking thing in a straight line. So this is kind of like a combo of the 2. That's kind of interesting though. Alright, Garen, I don't have to worry about you stunning shit, but you got your shades on. You're chilling. Alright, so he gains max HP and then deals bonus physical damage. Alright, cool. Doesn't silence, doesn't do anything. Problem. Alright, Gnar, he's back, baby. Slightly cheaper, but I missed Gnar from set 8.5. I liked Mecha Gnar, he was pretty cool. Leap over the current target and transform for the rest of combat, gaining health and 75% attack damage. Subsequent cast deal physical damage to the current target. Judge your health at combat start, transforms into Mega Gnar. And he's from Pentakill. Let's go. And he's a super fan also. So he jumps over him. So basically he like gets behind him, which could be a good or a bad thing. Because he doesn't really have like... So he has Mosher, right? So, oh, he's got Omnivamp. That's actually... You get like 2 Mosher in. He casts, he jumps over. Basically, like, so like a Pentakill start would probably be like get Olaf, Gnar, Kayle, and then get Vi, and you have 3 Pentakill, 2 Mosher, right? And then Gnar probably ends up, you have like Gnar and Kayle kind of probably being your big ones, and then like Olaf and Vi, and then you can grab like a Brawler or something while you're waiting for Mordekaiser. Actually, that's a really good start. Holy shit. That's kind of insane. Because you only need 4 units. Like, that's probably like a really strong start, to be honest. Because you get 20% attack speed and Omnivamp for these 2. And then you get the damage reduction from Pentakill. And he could, like, depending on like how the numbers plan out, he could fucking just murder shit. That's actually kind of sick. That's actually a really strong start. Pentakill might be like pretty contested early then. Gragas. Heal health over 2 seconds, then deal magic damage to adjacent allies and chill them. Oh, nice. So he's the chill one. He's the boogie woogie woogie. Disco's probably gonna be another strong start also because you get attack speed and it heals. But like 3 disco is probably gonna be pretty nutty, and then you could like tech in brawlers or spellweaver depending on like what you hit. Or so that'd be pretty interesting. Or guardian, right? You got a couple different options of what you can go for. Alawi, the best. You get 8. Oh, we got a 3-star Alawi at some point. That's gonna be the dream. 3-star the Alawi. Slap 8 fuckers. Just whoop pow. But that's the vertical bruiser. I wonder if The thing is, I don't think there's gonna be like a bruiser reroll in this set. I don't think any of them deal like a lot of damage. Like based off of their HP. Because like the reason Bruiser reroll was so crazy was so Brawler Jax was nutty in set 8 because of his stats, and then if you got the carry augment, he was like ridiculous. But you also needed RFC. That's actually gonna be something kind of interesting to see how they balance. I'm assuming. Well, I didn't pay attention. I don't know if scoped weapons is coming back. If scoped weapons is coming back, then it's not that big of a deal. But without RFC, like they're gonna have to do a better job of balancing melee carries, because RFC was kind of like a freebie for them. All right, what do you got? Leap at the highest health enemy within a range, deal magic damage to them, then deal magic damage to all adjacent enemies, and gain 10% attack damage and ability power for the rest of combat. I wonder if that stacks. Like if every time he casts, that happens. This is one I really want to try out though. Use EDM selector to sample a champion. This is really interesting because it's like it's not like trait specific, right? So like for instance, mech, you had to put it on a mech unit. Zon goes on Zon units, but this, like, he was mentioning like, oh wait, no, actually no, I think it's still EDM. Is it still EDM? Well, because it says sample a champion. It doesn't say sample an EDM champion, right? But it might be EDM because he was using Lux as an example. I don't know. The wording is a little weird. It might still work like the other ones then, or it's just only the EDM units, which that would make it a little boring though. I hope it's not. But the problem is you need 3, right? So I don't know how you like that. Doesn't. I feel like that wouldn't fit in very nicely, especially because it's like 2, 3, 4, 4. But if I know I'm thinking this one didn't have a spat either. And there's Jin. We already know this one. Put Grand Finale rifles onto your empty bench slot. And then if you have 4 grand, basically you can't play Jin without 4 empty slots at all times. Jinx is pretty interesting because she flips between minigun and rocket launcher. So she gains extra attack speed or she gains bonus physical damage. Enter defensive stance, reducing damage taken for 2.5 seconds. And then deal physical damage to the current target. Finally, he's a good tank. Not just a meme, let me punch your shit off the board. Got the boom is maneuver to a new location with 2 hexes and fire a missile at the furthest enemy. It deals physical damage to the first enemy hit. Oh, okay. That could be a little weird to aim. Well, yes and no, because like since she's like 2 cost, right? If you get her early, it means she's gonna be really good at sniping those like backline early carries. And then if you get her headliner early, like yeah, I could see that actually being really crazy, because like the way you kind of like set your stuff up is so what you do is you get Kaisa. You have like Kaisa here, and like a lot of times like for instance, the way I tend to stack, right, is I tend to do this. I put like a character here, I put like another front line here, so that way you put stuff in line. But if you have Kaisa, right, and they're like this and she dashes here, she's going to like, well, it depends on how far the dash is, right? Does it say? It's 2 hexes, right? So if you have her here and she goes like here, it'll still block it. But if you have her here and then she dashes here, it's gonna bypass everything and hit your carry. So like positioning your front line around this is gonna be kind of a pain. And then if you get the headliner, she dashes 3 instead, right? So then you can put her like here, and then she dashes like all the way over here, and then, which I think, well, no, I think currently she doesn't have a cap for how far she dashes. She just dashes to an area that has. I forgot how much the recon dash was. All right, Karthus, we know he just casts AoE, casts his ult. Apparently, we also know that he cannot be CC'd out of this. Mordog confirmed that when he revealed it, that Karthus could not be CC'd from his cast. So it's always going to go off. Katarina, which I was kind of surprised made a comeback. She's also a range character. And you throw a blade at the current target that bounces 3 times, deal magic damage each time. And then the third bounce deals bonus damage. I'm assuming the bounces are just like random, like it just goes wherever, or it goes to like the nearest target. So like it could bounce between characters. It'll just bounce like here. Kale. Okay, this is the one that Mordog said he was like looking forward to. So when she casts for 5 seconds, attacks deal bonus magic damage in a wave behind the target, and 30% shred for 4 seconds. After, deal finale damage to enemies around the target. Oh, okay. So she's kind of a mix of this Kale set 8 Kale, and then with an extra thing on top. Because set 8 Kale gave herself a buff where she would have, I think it was like 2 extra projectiles that she would cast. And then this Kale had the wave shred. And so they combined those 2 together, and then they added a finale thing. That's kind of cool. Yeah, Kane, who's a 5 cost, dash, then deal magic damage to all adjacent enemies, chill them for 3 seconds. If he only hits 1 target, he immediately... What the fuck? That's kind of crazy. That means that, like, you know, if he stays alive, he's just gonna fucking start murdering a bunch of stuff. And he also chills, and then headliner effect is 10 ability power, Shadow Assassin rewards an extra 2 gold, Rost rewards an extra 1 tactician health. Oh. If you win combat with Kane, he becomes the Shadow Assassin. If you don't, Ross takes over instead. Every time he kills 2 enemies, you gain rewards based on his form. So if you win and he's in Shadow Assassin, you get 3 gold every time you kill 2 enemy champions. If you lose and he becomes Rost, you gain 1 health. And then if he's a headliner, you gain 5 gold every time he kills 2 champions. Or you gain 2 HP every time he kills 2 champions. That's insane. That's actually kind of sick. Oh, that explains so much then. Because when I was watching the Heartsteel one from the one that we saw like earlier, where I was watching the YouTube videos, if you watch the Heartsteel one, you notice there's like gold being dropped, but like the Heartsteel passive has nothing to do with it. And I was wondering where that was coming from, and that was coming from the Shadow Assassin. I guess that means that like when you first place him, then it's like he's at like half strength because you're not going to get the bonus like gold or HP unless it's like based off of your last round before you put him in. Kennen, who is a tank, discharge jolts over 3 seconds. Each jolt deals magic damage to a random enemy within range and stuns for 1 second. Bling bonus discharge at an additional target for 60% damage and duration. But it stuns for like 0.6 seconds. Confetti, deal magic damage to adjacent allies, heal Lilia and her nearest ally. Confetti bloom heals 20%. Lucian, fire shots towards the furthest enemy in a wide musical scale. Each shot explodes on first enemy hit, dealing physical damage to all nearby enemies and reducing their armor. Ooh, I mean, at least it's a 5 cost. I think I'll give it that. Because that was my main issue with Zaya though, is that like Zaya would like armor shred for the rest of combat as a 4 cost unit. Granted, that one was definitely like, what's this one's still like 1 target. Well, no, because it hits the enemy and then it like AoE splashes. I'll let it slide because he's a 5 cost, and 5 cost needs something like nutty. Lulu, fire bolt toward the current target. It deals magic damage to the first unit it passes through and magic damage to the second unit it hits. Every third cast stuns the 3 nearest enemies for 5 seconds and deals magic damage to them instead. And the headliner effect is basically just a free blue buff. Not bad. Free blue buff is a free blue buff. Well, free half a blue buff. Alright, Lux gets her beam back. Fires a beam, dealing damage. Oh, but it's like, it's not like single target beam like it was in the first half of set 9. It is firing my laser beam. I am fucking Godzilla beaming your entire board. If I can. That's actually kind of cool. And then Headliner is, ooh, that's actually really interesting to mess around with. I wonder if like, so like, I wonder if you get Headliner Lux and then you EDM sample Headliner Lux, if then like the other EDM guys will like crit their lasers. That's something to figure out, I guess. Double up Misfortune. Deal physical damage to the current target and physical damage to the closest target behind them. If either die, gain attack speed. Nothing crazy. Mordekaiser, it's my boy, it's my dog. Face Melter, gain a shield and deal magic damage over 3. Yeah, so he basically gains, he has a shield passive and then he, well, basically it's his passive, right? He gains a shield. Well, it's like what? W plus his passive? After explode and deal magic damage, when Face Melter kills, gain 8% ability power and attack damage and 8 armor and magic resistance. And the Headliner effect is more health, more AP, and then when it kills, you permanently gain AP, 2% AP up till 9 stacks. Interesting. Alright, then we have Nami, who has Dazzler abilities. Dazzle enemies for 2 seconds, reducing their target's damage by 25% and dealing percent. Abilities damage as bonus magic damage over the duration. Interesting. Gain a placeable disc. Deal magic damage to the current target inside the form for 5 seconds. The bubble. The bubbly. Alright, Nico, who cosplays. Cosplays her highest health teammate, gaining a shield plus percentage of the teammate's health for 4 seconds. When the shield breaks, deal percentage of the shield's initial value as magic damage. And then she gives mana to the ally that she cosplays. That's actually kind of cool for a Headliner effect. Olaf. What do you do? Heal on attack for every 1% missing HP, gain attack speed. Then he has Brawler. He'd probably be pretty good Mosher holder. To be honest, for the spat. I think Mosher had a spat. Pretty sure. I don't remember. Headliner effect is just stats across the board, which is never a bad thing. Pantheon, the Mantheon. Reduce damage taken for 2.5 seconds after deal physical damage to the 3 enemies who have dealt the most damage to Pantheon. Oh, so you get to do like this tech that I like to do. Like kind of like the earlier thing we were talking about, right? Like you do this, you just put like Pantheon here, so he's like, that means like Pantheon with early Stone Plate could be kind of strong. You do this and you get like Jinx, right? You drop her, get like Jinx, and then you have your free reroll off of like into 2-1. Like you get, well, not free reroll, but you get your one gold reroll. You do that, then he gains like plus 3% or plus 1%. Like this could be. And then if you get like a Stone Plate early, you could probably just slam that, or you could slam with Protectors early, because then that gives him like MR and the mana. Because he gets DR, right? Which goes well with either one of those. You probably want Protectors early. So if you go Protectors, that definitely means you're going into Blitzcrank later. I feel like Blitzcrank is like the best Protectors. Maybe Thresh too, we don't know. We'll have to see what Thresh does. Poppy. Gain attack damage based on bonus health. Gain 60 armor and magic resist for 6 seconds, and hammer the nearest enemy 3 times, doing physical damage and restoring health each hit. If this kills an enemy, slam 2 additional times. He's like, come on in, Jack, and welcome to the slam. Those lyrics are backwards, but. And then her Headliner effect is she gets plus 300 health, which gives her a bunch of fucking, gives her what, Actually, it doesn't give it too much. It doesn't give as much as I was expecting. But she has a Mosher, so she has she can get Omni Vamp and attack speed. Right, Kiana. Copy the current target's completed items and throw them to an ally they'd look really good on. Knock the target to the edge of the board and deal physical damage to them, plus true damage if no item was copied. After sample and remix kills the champion with a copiable item, create a permanent component based on the copied item. Okay, as long as she's not just like kicking shit off the board, I don't give a shit. I saw knock the current target to the edge of the board and my brain went Vietnam dog meme to Kazante right now. That's pretty interesting. That means that she can activate the bling bonus, unlike the ones that don't have anything activated. Riven would do. Gain shield for the next 6 seconds. Attacks deal physical damage to enemies adjacent to the target. Alright. Curious to see how this edgelord thing plans out. Because you gain attack speed, and then when they drop below 50% HP, you double the attack speed, and then you slash through them on their next attack. Samira, which I'm probably going to try Samira reroll comp. Because Hecarim scales off of star levels, like Void. Actually, I think like all the 7 ones always scale off of star level, because Zach also scaled off of star levels in set 9, or set 8. 8.5 when he was Riftwalker. Attacks that critically strike grants a stack of style up to 6 stacks. Each stack grants attack speed. Basically, you don't really need a stack attack speed on Samira. You just need to add, like, give her crit. And then she has Executioner, so that means it's Vanquisher. So that means you do, like, oh, Jesus Christ, dog. You give this woman a fucking QSS and a Guard Breaker +1, and then she just goes ham. With the new QSS change? I mean, you probably do QSS second. You probably do Guard Breaker first. Well, it kind of depends. I don't remember a lot of things having shields. I know a lot of things reduce damage they take or give them self-health, but I don't know how much shit does like shielding. Which, Last Whisper for sure, because it's AD. I don't know, this would be fun. It'd be fun to play around. Try to go for like 5 country, and like, I don't know, what, 4 Executioner? It would probably look something like that's not gonna fit very well though, because you'd have Tom Kench. Well, you'd have Tom Kench, Thresh, and Urgot for frontline, and then Samira, Katarina, and then probably just definitely a Kali Karthus, because they're 4 costs. But you'd probably would want like true damage Akali, so then you'd probably have to grab true damage characters to put them on, so that way she turns into true damage Akali, because I don't know what she comes by default. But Samira looks fun. I'm always down for another set with Samira in the game. Like, don't at me. Oh wait, Senna was next. Don't at me. I'm just saying, Samira, fuck, they can keep bringing her back every set for all I care. Summon a subwoofer. Does he bark? At the current target's location, it pulses 3 times, dealing magic damage to enemies within a 1 hex radius each time. Bling bonuses, blue buff and a half for the passive, so that's like what, 75? That's actually a really big mana reduction. And then headliner effect is +10 AD. Okay. And then each subwoofer pulse grows slightly larger. And then rapid fire, she gains 4 attack speed every time they attack, which I think is duelist, like the old duelist trait. Because I was thinking Challenger. Wait, does Challenger or no? I think Challenger does the same shit. Seraphine. I honestly don't care for this character. That's just in me though. It's not straight up my alley. Send a high note to the largest clump of units. It deals magic damage to nearby enemies and heals nearby allies. And then the headliner effect is that she, every 2 casts, she throws out another one. That does 60% of the first one. Set. He's coming back. I'm kind of sad I didn't get to play around with Mecha Set too much in set 8 because like I only played set 8 for like about 2 to 3 weeks, and for those, so I didn't like really get to do too much with him. I didn't get to play around with him. I was still trying to figure out the game. But we have this back, which is deal magic damage to the current target and magic damage to enemies in a cone around them. Then you gain a shield for 2 seconds, increased by 1 for every 5 missing health. And then his headliner effect is when he hits 15% or dies, he gains 50 permanent max HP. And then he has Mosher and Brawler. How much damage does this deal? Damage is 240 for the middle. And then the cone damage is 120. And he has 3 costs. He could be like the Bruiser reroll like character, maybe. Just I don't know how you would fit everything in, because you would definitely want at least like 2 Mosher. You want like 2 Mosher for sure, 5 Heartsteel at the minimum. And like 4 Brawler. There's no way you're fitting like all that on a board. Well, if you win it, you'd probably go like 3. It'd probably be something like 3 Heart, 4 Brawler early, right? So you take like Set, Aphelios, Cassante, and then that's like, you know, those 3 here, and then like at level 7, your board is that plus like 4 Brawler, which would probably just be like him for sure, Gragas for sure, Tom Kench, and then Olaf until you get Zac. Probably drop Olaf for Zac, because Olaf doesn't have Mosher. He only has Brawler. You probably just drop Olaf, get Zac, drop Tom Kench for Ilaoi at 5. And then that's probably like your level 7 board. And then at level 8, you probably just grab like Yorick or something. Like one of these to give him Mosher. If that becomes a thing. Probably how that plays out. Sona, which I was actually surprised because like I didn't know how they were gonna handle Sona, because well, first of all, her entire thing, persona, is music, and then she has like what I think like 3 different music related skins, because she has the Pentakill skins. She has the DJ Sona, which is the one they went with, and I think there's one more. I know those 2 for sure. I don't remember what the last one is, but they went the DJ route, which I think was actually the better route. And then they took the Aphelios build, the Aphelios feature, where you get to like choose what version of her you want when you field her. Pretty interesting. I am definitely looking. This will be pretty cool to fit in. Tom Kench, right? What you doing, you catfish? Each instance of damage taken is reduced by 12, 15, 25%. And then plus 300 health for being a headliner. Country. I guess if you reroll, well, I mean, he's not bad for like a. You definitely would probably want to like 3-star him if you're going country, because like 25% damage reduced for each instance of damage is nothing to scoff at. And then you just toss in like you could definitely go like 5 country, for sure 2 Brawler. You could get 4 if you get the spat for one of these 2. Well, I think Brawler has a spat. I don't remember. No, country also has a spat. If you get country spat, you can definitely go like fit in more. I'm not gonna lie, for some weird reason, I just got really, really tired out of nowhere. I haven't even done anything all day. I literally woke up, did my workout, ate lunch, and now I'm ready to go back to sleep. Alright, Tarek, what do you got? Gain a shield for 4 seconds next to attack, deal bonus magic damage. Basically, old Riven. Or set 8 Riven. If I'm not mistaken, that's how she worked. Right? You gain a shield and then she does double magic damage. Though I think hers was while the shield was active. I don't know, as long as he's not like the menace that he is right now, I'm chilling. Thresh, my boy. The other reason I'm going country, because Thresh is in there. Stun the largest group of nearby enemies and deal magic damage to each. Thresh heals for a certain base heal plus 100% of the total damage dealt. Headliner effect is plus 200 and reduce max mana by 40. That's a 90 cost mana. And he starts with 50. And you put protectors on him. And then you just, I mean, to be fair, you don't really want like if you make him a headliner, you don't really want protectors on him because you don't want him casting that early. You want him casting after he's taken some damage. So that way you get the full value. What's the stun duration? 2 seconds at, oh dog, there ain't no way. That's definitely, well, I mean, I guess like it's not that bad. I guess it's kind of like Garen's. Because it's the stun the largest group of enemies. I don't like it when it's like this vague. I wish it would tell me if it was like 1 hex, 2 hex. Once per combat, 50%. Guardians shield themselves and their closest ally for a percent of their max. I think that's kind of like a shitty trait. I kind of wish he had Sentinel. Where we at? Twist of Fate. Throw cards divided between current target and 3 nearest enemies. They reduce the magic resist by 1 and deal magic damage. And then the headliner effect is he throws 7 cards. Or he throws 4 extra cards. He throws 25 with head. He throws 20 plus 1 per, holy. I don't even think. Well, he's like AoE version of Infiniteam, except I think he throws more cards. Because I don't think Infiniteam started at 20 stacks. And because Infiniteam, the way it took a little bit of testing to figure it out, but we found out that like because a lot of times like the go-to is I think if it's under 70 mana, if it's like 70 or less mana or some shit like that, you would build blue buff. And a lot of people tried building blue buff on TF Infiniteam early because he has such a low mana cost. But then what we discovered was that when he's throwing cards, he doesn't gain mana. So if anybody dies while he's throwing cards, he doesn't get shit from blue buff back. So it ended up being that static Gwinsu was his best because that also scaled off of attack speed, and he also had duelist in that one. And so what would happen is you would just put static Gwinsu plus 1, usually like a Gunblade or something, or Jewel Gauntlet if you already had Gunblade on somebody else. And then he would just fucking yeet and just fucking kill people. But this one's like split between 3, like basically between 4 targets, right? Interesting. We'll see how that works. But they've added a lot of ways to get rid of like frontline, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing. Twitch. All right. Throw an explosive vial at the current target that deals damage to enemies within 1 hex, followed by 7 secondary explosions that deal damage to random enemies within 2 hexes. For each enemy crit by the initial explosion, do 1 additional secondary explosion, and he has executioners. He could be a Morello holder. Like if you had a Morello early, you could probably slap it on him. But the problem is that I don't think there's a lot of good Morello holders late game. So far from what I've seen. Like there's no karmas, no like, you know, no Silcos, nothing that does a lot of like AoE shit, right? At a distance. Yet, that we've been saying. Urgot, yeehaw. But Morello might not be like so easy to slam like it was in this set. But there's a decent amount of good Morello holders, especially in the second half, because you had Soko, you had, let's see, you could put it on Soko and Karma. Karma always. Soko, Karma, Kai'Sa was always a pretty decent Morello holder because she hit so many targets. Like, stuff like that. Who was I putting it on early? There was somebody I was putting it on early. I mean, you can put Morello on Swain. It makes a decent Swain item if you're not gonna like stay with Swain. It makes a decent Sejuani item in a pinch. There was a low cost unit that I was putting it on that I saw pretty decent like success with, like a 2-star unit, 2 cost unit. Oh no, I'm too tired to think. For 8 seconds, convert bonus attack speed to attack damage. Attacks deal physical damage in a cone. Grant Urgot 30% of the damage dealt as a 5-second shield. frontliner. He has, I think he has like 2 range though. Yeah, he has 2 range. Then his headliner effect is AD and Omnivamp, and then he's a Mosher. Yeah, actually no, country's like pretty good. You have like 3 frontline units that are pretty good. I think like if you go country, you definitely, it's probably gonna like, because you're gonna reroll, so you're probably gonna stay at 7 to reroll for Samira Urgot. Probably pick up Tom Kenches and Katarinas, and if you look out on a Thrush, you grab that, and then you probably fit in Executioner. You definitely fit in at least 2 Executioner for this, and then probably like 1 Mosher for him. Like you'll probably go like, if you don't 3-star your Tom Kench, like I guess it comes down to like what you 3-star first, right? Because you'll definitely want to like play Punk, right? So like your board will probably be like 4 of this, 2 Punk, because you get Executioner with Twitch, and then you won't have like Brawler, but like that's a level 6 board, and then if you go level 7, you just toss in either a Brawler unit or a Mosher unit. Actually, no, you go Mosher because you have Vi. So you just get Vi, and then you get Twitch, and then you get Samira, Urgot, Katarina for sure as your like 3, or Tom Kench, depending on like if you like how many, like if you 3-starred him, and like oh we cooking, we cooking. Yeah, we cooking. And then you can put like Morello's on Twitch. And then if you get like a country spat, you can just toss it on Twitch, and then just reroll and grab Twitches. Oh, we cooking. We probably fuck about and find out on some of these builds. That's why I like TFT. You just fucking just off the cuff make some shit off of your Heaverain and then try it out. All right, Vex making a comeback. How do you play? Toss a shadow at the current target that stuns the enemy within, and it stuns enemies within 1 hex for 1.5 seconds. After it explodes and deals magic damage to enemies within 1 hex. Interesting. She's gonna be annoying as fuck to deal with. Especially because she's emo, so as fucking allies die, she's gonna be stunning everybody and their mother. Yeah, see, Vi was, I remembered Vi was Mosher. So yeah, so you could do this. Oh shit, like we're cooking. Alright, so like you do this, right? You get this. Where's Vi? You bitch, come back. Alright, so you have Vi, right? There's that. So now you have 2 punks, so that means you have the, every beginning of the turn, you have your first, because like the point is that since you're going to be re-rolling anyway, like these units are going to get stronger. It just kind of sucks that it's 1 cost, but you're going to be supplementing it with a Tom Kench who has damage reduction, a Samira who has Executioner. Oh wait, not you, not Jinx, the other one. Where's Twitch? Actually no, this is fine because it's like, I mean your front line's gonna be a little weak because it's like 1 cost. But you can kind of just like toss in like a Brawler while you're waiting for Urgot to pop up. Because you get like, where's Twitch? Twitch, you bitch. You have Twitch, so you have like 2 Executioner, and then where is the Katarina? Right, so you have like Katarina, and then you have Urgot, and now all of a sudden you have like a 2 Mosher, right? And this is like your level 6 board probably. And she's a range character. What was Katarina's range? Is it like 3? Oh. Words. She's a 2 range. Right, so that's fine. So you stick her here, right? And then this is like, this could be like your level 6 board, and you're gonna go level 7 because level 7 has better odds. So at like level 7, you just tech in like a Brawler. Right, so say you get like Set, you just toss Set in there, and like this is your front line and this is your back line, and then you just hold on to like you're gonna be at 4 country. You could probably bench the Tom Kench for like something else, like if you wanted to go like 4 Mosher, because you have 3, right? Like you could probably just bench this. Like it's just, I don't know if like going 4 Mosher is better than Brawler, because 4 Mosher is like, it's 30% attack speed, it's like 10% attack speed and 2% Omnivamp. Meanwhile Brawler gives your entire board HP, and then your brawler units get extra HP, and that's really good on both of these guys. So this is probably like just fine. Then you have like Katarina, and like if you luck out and get Thresh, right, you can just, you know, bench the Kench and bench the set, and then like put in like Guardian, right? Just grab like a Guardian unit, toss it in there. That's probably what you could do. But this is probably the board you want for this, because like the thing is your cap is gonna be, right, so like your cap is you eventually want to get 5, right? But you want to like 3-star at the very least, like these units, like these 3 units, I would say are probably the most important ones. I don't think Katarina is gonna be like super duper important. I think like these like 3 are gonna be like the big ones, especially like either Urgot or Tahm Kench for frontline. Probably Urgot, since you're probably gonna, since you have 2 3-cost units that you're gonna roll for. And then like you have Thresh, and then you just like drop this, and then because you're gonna end up dropping out of the punk eventually to like cap your board, right? So then you just need like a Mosher, which eventually will probably be just Yorick, right? You drop this, you put in Yorick, and then you just need an Executioner, which drop this and probably go Karthus for backline, because you have so much frontline as it is already. And then this is like, obviously you'd be going level 8 and maybe even level 9 to hit this, because well, I mean, Yorick is kind of like, you probably have to be level 8 to get Yorick with the changes, so you'd probably put in like Poppy instead, something like that, right? You put in Poppy, and then you probably just like pile in more Vanquisher or more Executioner units as you're leveling, right? So like maybe go for an Akali, maybe go for the KDA version, or the true damage version, depending on what you need for like frontline killing potential and stuff like that. But you definitely want to like probably 3-star these 3 units. And then you could probably, and you're probably gonna want to end up going 9 anyway because of the changes. So like to get a 3-star 4-cost unit, you're probably gonna have to go 9, and then you're probably just like, you know, you're probably just gonna, because he's like your main tank, and you just dump them in there, and then they're just going ham. You could probably also just do like Jazz, maybe, because if you're gonna go 9, right, you can go Jazz, you drop this, you take in Misfortune, because it's a pretty AD heavy comp, right? And MF is going to be like a 3-cost anyway, so you could probably, it'll be expensive, like it's pretty fucking expensive to like 3-star 2 3-cost units, or to 3-star 3 3-cost units, but this will probably be like eventually what you go for towards the end, and then you just tech in like Lucian, and now you have like 2 Jazz, you have like 4 active traits, which would be what, 8% damage for the Jazz characters, like stuff like that. Like there's probably a couple different ways you could tech it in. Vise, deal physical damage to the current target, stun them, and reduce the armor for the rest of combat. If the target has more health than Vi, deal empowered damage instead. Oh, that's actually kind of nutty. Alright, Viego, what do you do? Slam down on the hex adjacent to the current target that would strike the most enemies. Deal damage to the enemies within 2 hexes, and marking them for a few seconds. Marked enemies take 10% bonus damage from all sources. Attacks on marked enemies deal empowered physical damage instead. Oh, so he's a physical damage dealer in this one. Oh, so they're using the mark system from Rek'Sai. Is he supposed to be like the melee pentakill carry? You have to tech in Edgelord, which does have a 5 cost. I feel like pentakill is gonna be one of those things where going like 7's kind of a bait. It'll kind of just depend on the on how tanky the units are, I guess. Because you get Gnar, this back here, Kale. I just put Kale twice. I meant to grab Mordekaiser. Like you have this, right? So you have like 5. But if you want to go 7, it would require like you to play Olaf and get a Yorick, which is probably not going to happen. So what probably is going to happen is you play this, and then you're either going to drop like, and getting Yorick means you're going to be at 8, so you're going to want to like do something. And I guess it depends on like what you kit. It'll depend on how strong Viego is, because the problem is that like, and this has been an issue in pretty much every set that I've played, which is only 2, but melee carries just don't do very well because range carries are so much stronger, right? Because the melee carry has to deal with the tanks dealing damage to him and to the range carry is dealing damage to him. Like he's getting 2 sources of damage while the range carry is happy as can be until like the front line dies, which then means that in order to be balanced, the melee carries have to deal a fuck ton of damage to kind of chew through tanks. And there's a lot of like frontline stuns in this one, so like if you go Viego, you have to go QSS. Like you'd have to go QSS on Viego himself, and then you probably have to build like Even Shroud on someone, probably Gnar, because you definitely don't want to put the QS, like you don't want to build like QSS Last Whisper on him. You probably want to do like QSS. He probably wants like QSS BT +1. And the reason I say this is because there's just like we've like look at like we've read a bunch of stuns going out, like Vex stuns, Amumu stuns, Cassante, I'm mistaken, also stuns. Like there's a lot of stuns coming out, like for the front line specifically, Thresh stuns, stuff like that. Like so you would have to, he has to have a QSS. Like you cannot have him without a QSS. But I feel like basically you'd probably end up like going for, I feel like Poppy is gonna get fit into a lot of comps, because eventually like you're just gonna stick with 5 penta unless you get a spat, and then you play like Poppy and you still get like your moshers in. Like you'll probably like this, what'll probably happen is like you'll play Gnar, right, as part of your front line for pentakill, and then you'll probably go like Tekken and Executioner just to give Karthus. Because what's probably gonna happen is it's probably gonna be like in Renegades, right? Like Renegades had it where like you would kind of like try to put Jin and Viego like on the same side, so that way that Jin would like whittle people down so that Viego would get resets. And it's probably gonna be the same thing here, right? Like you're gonna have this, but since Karthus like casts at everything, it doesn't really matter. So what's probably gonna happen is you probably need to put an even shot on like one character and then like an ionic on another character, or probably a static on Kale because her mana's so low and she shreds. Like, so actually you probably wouldn't even need that. You probably would just give Kale attack speed items. She literally, it's 30 mana. Like that's what, like 3 autos. She's gonna fucking just cast like period. Like you probably, like to be honest, Kale, I would probably just put like red buff on Kale. 2 bows, right? The 2 bows with she'll deal bonus 8% bonus damage, and then she burns and wounds the target. And then you just keep having her like empower herself to like shred for 4 seconds and then goes off. So you probably just need an even shroud, right? And then like from there you're just like chilling, and then you just like build Karthus with like, I don't fucking know, like all the crit items that you can get your hands on. The Jewel Gauntlet change like could make it usable, but you probably just want to put like a Rabadans with like fucking maybe an Archangel just to give him ramping damage since he's like AoE, or like probably like Giant Slayer, you know, probably just kit him out for like damage because he put in like an Executioner, right? Which you just grab whichever. Like realistically speaking, with how many 4 costs you're gonna have to play, you probably just grab like someone like Samira or probably Twitch. I feel like Twitch is gonna see a decent amount of play just because like you could put Morellos on Twitch, but it kind of just depends because if you also red buff, actually I don't know if how much is Twitch's cast cost. It's 70. I feel like I don't know how much play Morella's gonna get with red buff being active, because like with her Sunder Waves, like she can apply this pretty easily. Also, this one's gonna be really interesting to deal with. Steadfast Heart. Wait, is there a melee executioner? Oh yeah, it's a Kali. Yeah. But like, or you could do Vex, because with Vex you get stuns. And then she also deals like 1 hex, right? So she could also hold Morello's if you wanted. And she has a decently low mana cost. It's 80. I don't know if like Morelloing her would be better than just red buffing Kale, but like it's probably more consistent to get a Morello's than it is to get a 2 bows. Because bows you're still gonna want for like Jewel Gauntlet, or not Jewel Gauntlet, like Giant Slayer. Maybe Titans. Down here, couldn't find it. Winsu probably. Actually, like, you know, like there's plenty of other stuff you would want. So I don't know, it'll be interesting to see, but he's doing the it's kind of a like they're using the mark system that they introduced with Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai was dealing bonus damage. With this, they just like, this is definitely going to be like a 2-part thing, right? Because basically what's going to happen is, what you're gonna want is, you want Viego to hit everybody and mark them, and then you want Karthus to fucking cast like around the same time, which is going to happen because it's 100 mana cost here and there's 130 here. So you probably put like a Shojin's on Karthus because it has the AP, right? And then mark duration 5%. 5%. I think that's supposed to be a 5 seconds. So, and then they take 10% bonus damage. Like that's probably like what like the tech is here. Like he slams, he fucking does his mosh pit guitar shenanigans. You know, you probably build like an even trial so that way he's like getting damage while he's doing it, and then Karthus just casts and just kills shit. Probably how it goes. And then you just tech in like Vex and have Kale shredding. Probably with a red buff. If not a red buff, then probably Gwynsu's, just so that way she's just constantly tossing out her shreds. That's probably how pentakill works. Alright, Yasuo. Yasuo. I think this is the cheapest I've seen him. Yeah, because at 8 he was a 3 cost. No, was he 2 cost? He was 2 cost. 2, 3? I don't fucking know. He was with the no, he was 2 cost, right? He was duelist. Yeah, duelist 2 cost, pretty sure. And then he was 4 cost in the first half of set 9. Deal damage to the current target. If they die, permanently gain 2% attack damage. Synthesizer strike executes enemies under 10% HP. And then his headliner effect is he gets 10% omnivamp. Basically, this means though that it's like, it'll be kind of weird because, so for those who may not know, at least in set 9, in set 8, like you could kind of go 4 a little bit more. So when you made it into higher elos, you kind of had to still tech around it. But the way it works is, if you have a bunch of like 1 cost units, it's like, say your shop wasn't very good, right? And you have like any pair, this pair, and like something else pair, right? And you just had a bunch of pairs. Like everything was 1 star on your board. Your bench was just pairs. You didn't really have anything super strong. You wouldn't go 4 at stage 2-1. Because when you go 4 at stage 2-1, it lowers your chances of hitting but basically potentially 2-starring any of your pairs, which is a really big power spike. Like I think a lot of lower level players, and even myself included, I still forget from time to time, you underestimate like the jump from 1 to 2-star in this game in TFT, and it's a pretty sizable jump. Like even if the numbers seem small, it's not, because like you also have to remember their base stats get increased, so like that also, like, and all of their numbers are percentage based. So once the base value gets increased, that percentage also exponentially gets bigger. So it's just like, it's huge. But with headliners, you're guaranteed a 2-star something in your shop. It'll either be a 2-star 1 cost unit, it'll be a 2-star 2 cost unit, because more dog said headliners are level locked. So I'm assuming that you can't get like he said, there will be no 3-star headliner at like level 5 or some shit like that, or 4-star headliner at level 5. Like, you know, because you know how sometimes you can get a 4 cost character at level 5 just randomly in your shop because of the percentages. Yeah, like he said, that's not going to be a thing. So I'm assuming that like at 2-1 you can only get 1 or 2 cost like headliners, and then like level 5, 6 you start getting the 3 cost ones, and then level 7 to 8 you start getting the 4 cost ones, and then maybe like 8 to 9 you start getting the 5 cost ones. Like, So, but basically what this means is that you probably are going to want to go level 4 at stage 2-1 if you get a headliner that just is good to field, right? Because if you get a 2-star 1-cost headliner who's good for your board, like you have no reason to stay 4, because a lot of times the general rule of thumb has been if you're not going for a 1-cost reroll and you get a 2-star 1-cost unit, you generally just want to go 4 because you're probably going to do better than if you just stayed 3 with, you know, just 3 units. Especially if you've hit 2-star 1-cost units, you definitely go 4 then, because there's really no reason, unless you just have like no money because you spent everything for whatever reason. You know, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes the game doesn't really give you much to play with. You get like if you get component starred, it's really hard. Like if you 2-star 2 1-cost units, that's like 6-7 gold. Like you might not have enough to level. It happens. But that'll be pretty interesting. I feel like he's gonna be a pretty good one for headliner. And you just toss a fucking item on him to get his bling bonus, so he like executes things. It'll probably win you a couple of games early. Yone is Spirit Cleave. Gain stacking Omnivamp for the rest of combat, slash twice, dealing physical damage to enemies in a cone each time. And then he just gets health and AD. I think he has Edgelord and Crowd Diver. I'm kind of curious what slash through them on their next attack means. I'm assuming it doesn't mean that they move. I'm assuming it just means their attacks pierce. But I guess we'll find out. Then we have Yorick, who just does the mosh pit, summons the zombos. That one's gonna be pretty sick. Zach is back. He does the bounce, deals damage, stuns them, heals himself. I think that's basically the way he worked in set 8. Mew, hello. Gracias por el agua. I'm just looking at all the new stuff for the next set. That the PBE is supposed to go live like in an hour, and I've just been like looking through all the new stuff because it all went live like today. Well, like it was released today. All the NDAs lifted and everything. Bounce 3 times between the nearest enemies. Yeah, I think this one. How much does he heal for though? 240. Oh, that's actually kind of high. Zed. He back. Mark his target and spawns an untargetable shadow with percentage of attack damage for 4 seconds. After a brief delay or when the target falls below some health, the mark triggers, dealing physical damage. And his shadow gains AD and attack speed. Oh, so the shadow also helps him attack. Alright, that's kind of cool. And it's 130, 130, and then 300% when he's 3-starred. Mark damage also doesn't increase, and then the health threshold is 15%. Interesting. Doesn't seem too crazy, but we'd have to see how it plays like in game, because it is technically 2 of him attacking. And then Ziggs, the last unit, 5 cost. He goes kaboom! Throw a bomb at the current target that deals magic damage. It splits into some bombs that shred their target for 4 seconds. And deal split magic damage. Each cast increases the number of bombs by 3. Holy shit! I thought it was just by like 1. No, it's by 3. That's insane. And then he's got a 70 mana cost. And then if you headliner him, it's a 60 mana cost with ability power. And then if you let him razzle dazzle some bitches, like he's got dots. And then with hyper pop, like goodness. Because I'm assuming if you just put like Lulu and Ziggs next to each other, they just ping pong each other's like the mana and attack speed to each other. Alright. So set 10 items is, well, this is a new one. Is the red buff. Or this is one of the new ones, which is red buff, which is going to be kind of interesting. And then this one I think is going to be a pretty good tank item. You take 8% less damage, and then while above 50% HP, you take 15% less. Oh, the pentakill one is craftable. Interesting. Alright, Punk is also craftable, Pentakill is craftable, Jazz is craftable. 8-bit, Heartsteel, Emo. Oh, Heartsteel. I think this is... Underground wasn't craftable last set, was it? I think this is the first time in these two sets where the econ trait is a craftable spat. Because I know country isn't craftable. It's an uncraftable spat. You have to pray that when you get the tome and you open it, it gives you one. 88. All right, augments. Just gonna do a quick look through. Let's see. I'm kind of curious about. I'm more curious about the gold ones because I'm curious about if there's any carry augment. Oh, these are still set 9, right? Unless, I mean, they could be keeping the boss anyway, but starting. Yeah. Oh no, it's just looks like they're keeping the boss, but they're not adding like any other ones in. They had made it sound like they were gonna add more of like the carry augments for. Okay, red buff is still in. I don't know if these are. Hold on, I'm gonna go back to the more dark. Hey, I got it right. Alright, where was the that's the set mechanics, portals, augment. Usually the carry augments, like the carry augments are like gold. Or teaming up. Big grab bag, cybernetic, unified resistance, tons of stats, infusion, gifts from fallen, blah blah blah, blah blah blah. Of my sword. I feel like gifts from the fallen is gonna be really good with country because country doesn't bring in Hecarim until after they've lost a percentage of like total HP, which means you're probably gonna lose some country units. Combat caster, encore. Roots, allies that share a trait with your headliner get. Oh, that's actually kind of sick. Talent search. History. Big friend. Units ice. Oh, this is kind of like, what was it? Set 8 had something like this, except I think it was HP, right? Where it was like it wasn't like you had to do it in pairs, but it was like units that start next to your highest health target. I think they get like attack damage or something. That was a fun augment. I liked taking that one. Definitely not because I was a brawler or crutch user. Units grant adjacent allies at 220 health. Big game. These are new. Unit dies, nearby ally gains Vampirism. Units gain 50 health, gain an additional 5%. Oh, this is like transfusion, but better in some ways because you gain the health and then you gain like omnivamp on top of that. That's actually really good. But I think it's for more. I think the other one's like per 2. Little buddies. Capped at 2, but you gain 2 gold at the start of every player combat round. Gain attack damage and ability power equal to 1% of their max HP. Okay, this is definitely if you go bruiser reroll with probably set headliner. Good for some scapegoat, crown guarded shock treatment. Do it for the fan. Book presence. The razzle. The old razzle dazzle. I knew that had to be in there somewhere. There's no way they made a fucking trait called Dazzler and knowing like the TFT team, I refuse to believe they made a trait called Dazzler and did not have something that had the words razzle dazzle involved in some form or fashion somewhere. I refuse to believe that. And I am glad that they did not let me down. The old razzle dazzle. That is fucking fuck. It's all good. Okay, here we go. And these are the so these are like the trait ones. Superfans, Heroic Presence. Enemies that attack a Guardian Shield take magic damage up to once per second. Gain a Mantheon. Razzle Dazzle is deal 100% more damage and last 2 seconds longer. That's Jazz, baby. Beginning of combat, your Jazz champions gain permanent bonuses based on the number of traits you. Ooh, right. Art Collector is keep 20%. This one's really good. I feel like really good. Submit to the pit. Moshers gain 3 armor, 3 magic resist, 3 attack damage for each adjacent enemy. Gain a Nar and a Jax. I don't know that one. That was not that good. The reason I say this one isn't that good is because, I mean, like, it's basically a Titans, but it's a Titans that fluctuates. Because basically what it is that it's adjacent enemies. You would have to do this. You would basically have to take your Mosher and like put him here and then put shit here. Like put shit back here in order to have this. Like it'd be good for like Yorick, right? Like if you got Yorick with that, and then you like, you know, basically solo frontlined him so that the entire board would wrap around him. Because if like you're here, adjacent is here, right? If you're doing like a regular frontline, like if you do this, right, that's all you get. Like you're only gonna get like these 2 units, so that's like what, 6 armor, 6 MR, 6, like that's nothing. Like what you want is this, is you want like the front line to go. So what you do is you would just like solo frontline, have these like wrap into him, and then have your team like walk up later, basically. Like you don't want him fully wrapped because then he's probably just gonna die. But like, and even then, this is like what, 12%, right? If we look at this, it is 12 armor, 12 magic resist, 12 attack damage, 12% attack power, 12% attack speed for each adjacent enemy. And the reason I say that's not that good is because Slayer has that, but theirs is just MR and like armor. Like there's a survivability, but it's like stacking throughout combat as they attack or they're getting hit. Basically, it's like half a Titans, and Slayer's like that Slayer augment is not very good. And that one's just like, and it doesn't decrease because the other problem, right, is that you have your Yorick, and like to be fair, it's like the most important part is like the beginning of combat, but the big thing is that as your team starts killing, that's 1 stack gone, another stack gone, another stack gone, another stack gone, right? Like, so I don't know how good this one's gonna be. I don't know how good this one's gonna be. It could be better than what it seems. I don't know. Like they might change it to, instead of being adjacent, it might be within like a certain number of hexes, but I don't know. We'll see. Extended play. Whenever you star up a punk unit, gain a special bonus. 2 stars your next. Oh, I guess like, so when you do it, you get the, so like when you 2-star a Jinx, your next shop is going to be free. When you 2-star Vi, your next shop's going to be free. When you 2-star Pantheon, when you 2-star Twitch, then when you 3-star them, you gain an item component. I don't know if I'd ever take this though, because the point is that like, at least the way I would play it would be if I was doing country and then I'm going to tech out a punk later. And to tech out a punk, I mean, it's just really expensive because you want a 3-star Samira for sure, which then means you want a 3-star. Probably the you would then want to 3-star your Twitch for Executioner. But the problem is that you want a 3-star country units. You don't want a 3-star anything that's not country. If you get a spat, then this like for sure, because then you can just like spat like Twitch and keep them in play. It's just as like for a gold augment, like I don't think I would take this. But I guess it would just depend on how strong like Punk ends up being. Because I mean, it's like, so like when you 3-star, right? I'm assuming that when the instance before you 3-star, you gain, because you could abuse this, right? You could 2-star your Jinx that you have on your board, and then you 2-star another Jinx on your bench, you sell it, and then like passively, like you don't roll for it, right? You just sell it, you just like passively do it, and then your next reroll is like cost 1 less, and then you sell it, and like, you know, stuff like that you could do. So like there's ways to play this. I just don't know if I would want to play that. But it could still be useful, to be honest. There's still ways to play around it if it works that way. It's just I don't think unless you plan on keeping your punk units, you're ever gonna get this one because 3-starring is kind of expensive. And then you're eventually gonna hit a point where you're not gonna get them anyway because punk is 1 and 2-star units. Right? So once you start getting to, because like early on it's gonna be really good. Like if you get that 2-1, that's probably really strong. Because you just get a bunch of Vi's and Jinxes and you just like keep 2-starring them to keep like getting cheaper rolls. Like just passively, right? Without having to like, you know, like say, you know, as you're playing, you just pull out a Jinx and you pull out a Jinx. And then your Jinx 2-stars on your bench, you sell the Jinx, you get the 3 gold back, you have a free shop reroll, or you have 2 1-cost reroll, like 2 1-cost rerolls, and you're good to go. And you just keep doing that. And then, but you're actually just using it to look for like Tom Kench's or like other shit. It's probably like the way you would play that. Expose weakness. Damage from executioner attacks and spells shred and sunder enemies by 40% for 3 seconds. Not bad. Bounty Hunters, your Dreadsteed moves faster. Your country units have a 25% chance to gain 1 gold on kill. Your Dreadsteed chances are doubled. Gain a Katarina. That is really fucking good because anything that gives you gold on kill is usually really strong. And if it gives it to all of your units, it's really fucking good. Like, I would definitely probably take this one. And it's not exactly that difficult to get country early because you just, well, actually, it kind of is. You wouldn't get country 3 because you would need to like somehow like high roll and get like a Samira out of an orb. But I still think it'd be fine even at like 3-2 because it's a gold is a gold. Like it doesn't scale. It's not like Rising Infamy. It's just that usually you want econ augments early, and not to mention like it's your country units. You don't really need it active, so like it's still probably worth getting, and then you just get Tom Kench and Katarina anyway. You just get Katarina and you just get another like crowd diver, which would be like Evelyn. You toss Evelyn in, right? You get that augment. I'm too lazy to start through all that. You get that augment, you get crowd divers for Evelyn and Katarina, and then and then as Tom Kench and Katarina, hopefully your Katarina, you just like put items on Katarina while you're waiting. Like whatever Samira items you want, you just put on Katarina. Or some shit, and just hope they kill stuff. Blinged out. Your true damage units gain 100 health and 5% attack speed for each item they have equipped. Oh, that's well-built comfort. Or whatever, the Ezreal augment. Which pairs really well with Kiana later. 8-bit units execute enemies below 10%. Executions have an 8% chance to drop 2 gold, increased by 1% for each 8-bit. Oh, this is total domination. This is total domination and really strong. Because 8-bit's also like a craftable spat, by the way. By the by. You just need a bow. Make a bow and you get the 8-bit emblem. So you combine that with that and you get like the 8-bit characters. Not to mention, including that, like the 8-bit characters have a decent amount of AoE. There's only 4, but it's not as busted as like Noxus. But since you can craft the spat, you can expand that out. That's actually really good. And that one's good like at almost every level because it gives you execute. Because like the bounty hunter one is kind of like Rising Infamy where it only really gives you gold, right? All it really does is it's just there for gold. And it's a 25% chance. While the 8-bit one is the execute, which is guaranteed to happen every time. And then you have a small chance to gain some 2 gold. It's not going to happen very often, but really you're doing it more for the execute, and then the extra gold is kind of just icing on the cake. Long distance pals, that's whatever. Doesn't kill you. Doesn't really care. Yeah, there's no like carry augments. In gold at least. I don't know if this is worth being prismatic. Personally. If you have at least 50 gold and gain a diamond hands. Like diamond hands is alright. I don't think it's like super crazy. Cause I feel like if diamond hands was like worth putting in, they would have been one of the orange items, one of the orange shimmer skill items. But it also could have just been hard to balance. Which is probably why they didn't do it. feel like there's, I don't know, I just didn't fit. Honest trust with the forge. I think most of these are basically the same for the most part. Yeah. And I think the silvers are. You fucker, I was looking at that. Your units are immune to the first crowd control effect they receive each combat and gain 5%. Wait, did they get rid of the other one? Oh no, there it is. Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will is definitely better than this one, but this is like still probably pretty good to take in a pinch. Because they shed all negative effects. Because this is the thing with Indomitable Will. A lot of people look at the CC, like immunity, but they also forget that it's shed all negative effects. That means wounds, shred, sunder, chill, like dog, like stuns. Like if a unit is stunned and then you kill a unit, all of a sudden that unit is no longer stunned and he's also is CC immune, like for the next couple seconds. Like, well, not a couple seconds, for the next like 10 seconds. It's a long time. Like Indomitable Will is like one of the strongest fucking like traits you can take as a silver augment. And in this next set, which there's a lot of like frontline stuns, it's probably gonna be really strong. I mean it's strong right now. It's probably gonna be strong then. That's why I don't know if Silver Veil isn't really bad, but like the point is that it's like they're only immune to the first crowd control effect. And to be fair, a good number of the crowd control characters don't have really big mana cost. And then they only gain 5% attack speed. But then again, it is a silver. To be honest, to me, Silver Veil is like a silver augment, while like Indomitable Will is probably like its gold version, is what it feels like. But you also don't get attack speed on Indomitable Will. I don't know. They might have to tweak Silver Veil a little bit. Maybe like bump that up to like 8% or something for the attack speed. Because it's like that'd be really good for like your backline. Sunfire touch units. Oh, that's red buff. They're just renaming, right? They said they were renaming some stuff. Sticks and Stones is one that I'm actually kind of interested in. Your champions without items shred and sunder enemies for 3 seconds. Physical damage applies shred and magic damage applies sunder. Which is really interesting because then you get a unit like Twitch, who I'm mistaken deals both. Yeah, if I'm mistaken, the first vial is AD damage, and then the second explosion is AP damage. Because secondary magic, yeah, see? So like, for instance, if you took that, Sticks and Stones, and then you just took him, you now shred and sunder everybody in you sunder everybody in a 1 hex area, and then you shred everybody in a 2 hex area. Which is really good. That's really good. That is not anything to scoff at, to be honest. This is also like stuff like this is how you kind of like can sometimes turn like comps that aren't super crazy into stuff that can like, you know, comp that maybe is like top 5, top 6, and then you do like off the wall like combinations like this, and all of a sudden you turn that comp into like a top 4. Like having something that can just apply both of these without having to worry about it is really good, because then you can just build other items. Consistency, 1, 2, 3s, roll, partial ascension, silver ticket. Titans pumping up. Help is on the way. Oh, they're adding another one of those. Wait, did they get rid of? Oh no, Latent Forge is still there. Basically, they just Latent Forge, but for support items. And I think you get it sooner. Yeah, because it's after 5 combat. The worst thing I've ever had happen to me is I took Latent Forge one game, and then the irony is the next augment choice is in 7 turns. Right? From when you pick Latent Forge. I've had it where somebody else, so like I picked Latent Forge at 2-1, and then it was 3-2, and somebody at 3-2 had Portable Forge. So they got their Ornn item before I did, even though I chose my Ornn item like augment first, because I didn't get mine till the turn after, and I lost that fight because he had an Ornn item, and I was like, "Ain't no way, dude! That's just funny as fuck." Like I honestly think this should be 7. player combats, but because the point is it's player combats, so it doesn't count Krugs. That's why it's like delayed a turn. You get it at like 3-3 instead of like 3-2, which is where it would line up if it was just 8 turns. But that's what it is. It still has a really high win percentage. It's like 4.2, 4.1, something like that. Spoils of war. That's cutting corners. Switching gears is kind of interesting because it is a silver augment, but like you have to streak. Like it's worse than inconsistency, but I think they took out inconsistency because inconsistency was too good. Yeah, I don't see inconsistency anymore. Inconsistency was actually one of the most consistent fucking things you could get, because even if you win or lose streaked early, you are guaranteed to eventually break that, and you don't streak until 4, right? So the way it works is you need to like, well, I think it was like inconsistency was like a streak of 3 or less. So basically you could like win 2, lose 1, win 2, lose 1, win 2, lose 1, and you're just constantly getting your gold every turn. It was like I played it once and I'd never played it before, and I was like, bro, I'm fucking just rolling in cash this game because it's just I'm just fucking rich as shit. Because like usually like 2-1, stage 2 and stage 3 are like usually like where, well, stage 2 is kind of like where you try to streak, either you lose streak or you win streak. But like with inconsistency, you can try to kind of like, even if you lost early, you can still try to like, you know, play your strongest board, because usually when you lose, if you lose like the first 2, you try not to play your strongest board too much. Like you still star your units, but you might not slam components or stuff like that. You might just grab it, put it on the, leave it on the bench, leave it alone, you know, stuff like that, to try to lose streak all the way through. But if you get inconsistency, right, and say your 2-1 board is weak, and then your 2-2 board is weak, but then you hit 2-3 and you're level 4, and all of a sudden your 2-3 board, you're like, if I put everything on there, I'm probably gonna start winning like some fights. When you're lose streaking, you really don't want to do that. Like you kind of want to assess the situation. You want to look around and be like, am I cool? Like, are we good? Like, am I gonna like still lose streak? Because the point of lose streaking is you're trying to, you know, there's some people that are real confident, they just leave 1 unit on their fucking board and they just leave it as is, and they don't mind losing all that HP because they're just 10 times better at the game than I am. But like the average person, like the average way you want to play lose streaking is you want to lose by like 1 or 2 units. You don't really want to lose by like getting hit in the face by their whole board. And inconsistency, like you just didn't worry about that. You just didn't give an absolute shit about it because you're just like, I honestly don't play your strongest board. And then late game, you're just guaranteed 2 gold because it's pretty rare for you to win every single fucking thing late game. So you just guaranteed your gold in late game. Like inconsistency was so strong. Looks like too strong because it seems like they are not, unless they renamed it. But I don't see it anymore. Kind of sad. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm kind of hyped. Oh, we got to look at the portals. Do they have the list of all the portals? All right, they do. All right. So we have some pretty bland portals, which is just gold augment first, prismatic augment first, silver augments, all silver, all gold, all prismatic augment third, gold augment third. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do like a silver augment third, but it's probably because silver augments are kind of whatever, especially at 4-2. Tier 3 start is kind of nutty because like, so for instance, tier 3 start, if you get lucky, right, and say you get either Urgot or Samira, and then you get Tom Kench and Katarina, you now have 3 country, right? And you're kind of just chilling. You probably want the Urgot more than the Samira early, just because that's probably going to get you the most. But it doesn't really matter which one you get. A 3, like getting this is going to be huge, because as soon as like you lose a certain amount of HP, as soon as your team loses 40% of their health, boom, you get a fucking hacker room being like, what's good, motherfucker? And you know, it's going to win you games. So that one's going to be kind of interesting to play around. Duplicator start. That's a champion duplicator. That's like a full Nico, so that's kind of interesting. 3 random tier 1 champions is actually pretty cool. Well, not cool, but it's interesting. I'd fuck with it. Gold per augment, it's basically Ecliptic Bolt, but extremely tamped down because I think Ecliptic Vault is 4 gold, 4 or 5 gold per augment. So like at stage 4, you're getting 12 gold. I think right now it's like, actually no, it's not extremely toned down. It's like tapped down a little bit. I think it's like 1 gold less. Gold per item is, I think it's 3 gold now. Yeah, I think they tamped them down by like 1 gold, which is a lot to be honest. Pot of gold is gonna be kind of weird, champ. I didn't realize this said split. I just saw living players. I saw all living players and 120 gold, and I was like, what the fuck? And then like Mort Dog in the video was like split a pot, and I was like, artifact anvil, same shit. 2 component anvils. That's basically the Demacia one that we have now with 1 less component anvil. That's always a solid one in my opinion. Radiant item. It's interesting that they changed this one. This is the Freljord portal, but instead of you choosing the specific radiant item you want, they're basically just giving you a free prismatic augment, because they're just going, here's a remover and you choose 1 of 5. So you can't choose the one that you want, but you know, you have a decent shot of getting something good. Completed item anvil. I honestly think this is probably like the worst, because in my opinion, completed item anvils are worse than basically all the other anvils in the game, especially at the start of a game, because you could high roll out your ass and get something really good on a completed item anvil for your board at the time, and you could get completely dicked over and get something that doesn't work, right? Like say you have like a full AD board, and then all of a sudden you're like, it's like, I mean, like it could help because you could like delay, like say you have like, you're looking at like say you have like a brawler start with vest chain, and then you're like looking, and then you get like a Sunfire Morello and like Sunfire Morello static like even shroud, right? And you're just like, you're like, shit, like what do I take? Because to be honest, those 4 items aren't all that great like that early in the game. They're kind of items you want to build later, unless like for specific circumstances. Like even shroud, like you only really build it early for Bilgewater in the current set. In set 10, I don't really think there's going to be something that makes you want to build an even shroud early, like, you know, and by early I mean like stage 2, stage 3. So but like you could get something good, right? Like, you know, and you could look at it and be like, well, I have a Sunfire on the bench, and then I have a Sunfire in here, so I can just take this Sunfire, because Sunfire is a pretty just good all-around item to have, slap it on my tank, and then I can save that chain for something else. I don't know, maybe make the heart the new item, maybe make protectors. You can turn the belt into a gun, into not a gunblade, into a Nashers, into a guard breaker, right? Like into a Warmogs later. So like it could give you some flexibility, but like the only reason I don't like this is because it can really snowball the team early. Scuttle Puddle, classic. I don't really mind that it's here. All players at 115. This is just Immortal Bastion. Shreem and Bazard, also another solid portal. The training dummy one is kind of interesting. It kind of throws me back to the training dummy starts, the training dummy carousels in set 8. Except you don't get the component. All units gain bonus movement speed and attack speed. That's definitely going to be really good for certain comps and not so good for other comps. Headliners appear in your shop as if you're 1 level higher. That one's definitely going to be really, like, these 2 are probably going to be the 2 more popular ones, to be honest. Like I can see it, especially this one. Multi-talented is probably going to be like one of the really popular ones that people are going to go for when they pops up, because headliners are definitely like, you can tell they're going to be like the big thing for the set. But it's just like, the portals are solid. None of them seem like portals that I'm like, that, you know, seem like they're gonna be too crazy. To be fair, portals was always a solid system. The problem is just they exacerbated the problem of legends, right? If you have an earth player and then you're playing and then you get Bandle Cafeteria, that earth player now has his tome at 2-1, a spat that he can now craft into something else, and you know, he's just off to the fences, off to the races, right? Like, and you would be like, well, what if he gets a Demacia? Like, what is he gonna do with the spat? He could get another spat and make a tack crown. He could literally turn it into a challenger spat for Fiora. You challenger spat your Quinn or your Sona, and now you have challenger Like you now have an easy fitting 2 Challenger, 7 Demacia, 4 Slayer. Actually not even that. I wouldn't even challenge that. I would literally put the spat on fucking on something else and then get an Aatrox and put the spat on Aatrox, because Aatrox is like really good at holding Challenger spat. Like it gives them so much flexibility right now. But with that being gone and the next set of portals, because it doesn't show it here, but they showed it over here. It was these ones. So these are for later, right? Where it's silver gold prismatic, which is one of the Ixtal portals. This is Fleshing Arena. This is Dreaming Pool. Support. This is another Freljord one. Spat is basically Bandle Cafeteria without the HP boost. The Tack Crown is like half of the Taric one, or not the Taric one, the Targon one, because there's a Targon one that gives you a Tack Crown, like 2 Tack Crowns throughout the thing. The 2 Reforgers is kind of the one I kind of hope they don't do, because that one's kind of shitty. Random Loot, Hall of 9, Tome of Traits is just Tome of Traits. Treasure Armory is Warlord's Palace, and Radiant Blessing is the Targon Stimulus Pack. But yeah, I'm kind of interested. I'm pretty interested. It's got a lot of cool stuff. It's got a lot of cool features. All right, now we play like a game or two, and of actual TFT, and then I honestly can't believe I sat here for 3 hours just going over all set 10 stuff. But I think it just shows how like how interesting the stuff is, right? Like it got my brain juices flowing, and there was a lot of stuff to go over, right? Like we went over the Mort Dog video, which I don't think set 9s was that long. But I'm glad I watched it because I had a lot of information on it. But yeah, no, I'm genuinely pretty excited for this next set. Like the traits don't seem too crazy to balance, right? Like it seems like they have a lot of little like knobs they can turn to kind of like tighten it up for shit that gets a little too crazy and stuff like that. And it's not like too bad of a thing to have, like, you know, like I think probably the one that has the most potential to probably snowball out of control is probably the true damage one. But I also feel like they can kind of like tweak the numbers on it, so it's not that big of a deal, right? Like you could take Yasuo's execute and make it like an 8% instead of a 10%, stuff like that. Like, you know, you can just tweak shit here and there. I think Kiana, like the 5 cost is gonna be like, the 5 costs are kind of always gonna be ridiculous. Also, this queue is probably gonna be long because probably everybody and their mothers is probably just trying to get on the PBE, which isn't technically supposed to be up for another like 30 minutes. Okay, there we go. I was trying to find the page that had the service status. So maintenance notification. Oh, the servers just shut down like 6 minutes ago. I was thinking the in-games alert said it's supposed to be like 30 minutes ago. It's supposed to be around like 4:30, but then I guess it got pushed back. So, and then it's supposed to be for like 3 hours. So that's like 8. What we might do tonight is, well, we might do some like Apex because the new event to do like the daily stuff to try to get the points that we need, and then go for like maybe do that for like an hour or two, and then we'll see if the PBE is working. If the PBE is working, we'll hop on and fuck about. But I don't really think it's gonna be working because that's gonna be nighttime, so everybody's gonna be home from work, and they are testing both TFT and League of Legends shit on the test client. And fortunately, the timing just didn't work out, and so it's gonna have a big influx of both communities because TFT's like community has grown pretty big recently. I was watching earlier, Leffen, a Smash Bros player, was playing TFT. Fucker's Diamond 1. Damn. Smash Bros. The Smash players, they big brain on Challenger start.
I win.
Also, I think this might just be the only game I play today. I think I might go lay down. I am honestly like feeling like incredibly tired, and I do not.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Seen the devil.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count. Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Oh my goodness. Mikey, hello. Yeah, no, I don't know why I'm tired. Like I got like 8 hours of sleep, and I woke up feeling fine. I woke up like an hour early because of like the time zone changes, and then like I did my workout and I ate lunch and I felt fine, and then like I think like an hour into stream I was like, bro, I am ready to sleep. Like no joke, I'm ready to just go lay down. But the hype for set 10. And I think it's just because like I ate Wendy's again. For some reason, like Wendy's like burgers have kind of been fucking me up recently. And so like I stopped eating them for a while. And then like I ate one again like yesterday, being like we wanted something quick that was nearby to get for lunch. And then Deathfire is grabbed. Even fucking.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Okay, so I'm guaranteed to get at least one remover. I can put that on her. We're gonna try to go for a 3-star Samira, because that's really can get her. Okay. Our goal is to probably try to like 3-star the Samira and the Warwick if we hopefully get like a challenger spot, but we got to try to save as much HP as possible early. The plan. Feeling achy these last couple days, like just woke up feel tired. Yeah, I think it might just be the time change. As like since it went back an hour, right? Like I go to sleep at like the same time, but it's technically like an hour later, and then I've been waking up like an hour early. Oh, he has healing orbs. GG. Unfortunate. He had the healing orbs in Ionia. Bad. I don't think we should. Sad that we lost that though. Yeah, I don't know what's still a thing. I know there's what is it? I think my mom was telling me like last year that it was like they were debate like there was like a bill in Congress or some shit about like stopping the change and staying on like the previous time. But to be honest, I didn't really keep up with it, so I don't know. Alright, everybody get out of here. I mean, I can't really complain. I have before Challenger start. But yeah, usually this one isn't too bad because like my sleep schedule is like healthier with this one because like I feel tired at normal times. The other one, like I don't feel tired till like 3 or 4 in the morning, which is not really good for me. Oh, what are you doing? Let him go. Unhand my fucking Samiras, you bitch. My waifu, not yours. Get your own. You suck. I hate you. Loser.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
It's my thingy. Nothing I give a shit about. Can't make 10 here. I can't even make 8 either. To make 8, I'd have to sell everything. But then defeat the purpose.
Let's start the show.
So we're just gonna go for broke. Sleep. I mean, to be fair, I think last night I went to sleep at like 2:30 in the morning, which technically would be like 3:30 in the morning, like last week. So, and then I woke up like an hour earlier than I normally do. It's been rough. My brain is like, it's noon, get out of bed. And I'm like, no, my alarm didn't go off. Oh shit, still not enough. I thought that would get me to whatever. Level. I want the 5 shop anyway. I should have kept the set. What am I doing? I'm trolling. I'm so tired. My brain's not thinking right now. It's just head empty at the moment. I want oak. And I want that set to come back. I shouldn't have sold this. I want the cloak or I want the sword. Cloak for frontline. Sword for later. Because with the sword I would have made a shoujo. But I definitely want... We're gonna see if we can 3-star Warwick. We're kind of chilling because Warwick's like a 3-star. I think we're pretty uncontested. I don't really care for Nefiri. Nefiri's kind of just there as a trait bot. I kind of want to get this Quinn though. Yeah, that kind of just depends on if we win. I should not have sold that set. I mean, I probably would have had to sell that set anyway. Big 10. Take a look at that. Deathfire Grass is sick. We're just gonna have to hope that Samira comes back. I am kind of contested. The other guy was pulling out Samira's for Challenger. And this guy's going Noxus. Because I think he got the spot. I didn't really pay attention. No, I got the strategist spot. That's not what I want. You. And then we just chill. It's kind of funny because like Sona is one, like you would think that like adding Sona into challengers is nice because, you know, extra attack speed is just extra attack speed, but the problem is that like Isa doesn't sit still. Who would you want the extra attack speed on? And yeah, so it makes Quinn the superior option because Quinn gives you, why did I call her Quinn? Quinn gives you damage amp. My brain is just dying. But yeah, with like challenges, you need to save as much HP as you can earlier. It plays like fucking Duelist from set 8. You save as much HP early, so then you just hope you bleed out slower than everybody else late game. Set used to be able to solo this by himself, and then they reduced his max HP. No, I was right. They didn't nerf it. It is 30. Okay. I am not crazy. I thought I was losing my mind when I saw that Deathfire Grass was 15 mana. I was like, wait. I was like, isn't it 30 on live? I was like, I'm pretty sure it's not 15. I was right. I've used it enough recently. I was about to say I've only used it a couple times. That's a lie. I've used it like probably like 6 times in the past like 3 sessions because I've used it for Bilgewater and for challengers.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Okay, yeah, he's just gonna go fast 6 and high roll the Sejuani. I don't even know how in the fuck he just fast rolled the fucking, like, went 6 and just, so he spent enough gold to hit level 6, 2-starred the Jin, 2-starred the Ash, 2-starred this, bought this. Bro, how the fuck did you get that much gold when you're not even fucking win streaking? Ooh, Edge of Night. Pretty good. I think this one's better though. And I took a fuck ton of damage there. For like no real reason.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Wish I had a sword. If I had a sword, I'd feel more comfortable. Noxus, Ionia, Challenger. He just has a little bit of everything in there. Let's go. Yeah, I should have taken the 2 Nautilus.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
I'm probably gonna go for a sword. Just to give him Bloodthirster. I need to get as many swords as I can off the carousel though. Yeah, we don't win this. Not with a 2-star slam. Because he gains MR. I wouldn't be so annoyed if we didn't just lose so much HP to this fucker for no reason. Just because he fucking just high rolled out of his ass. That's the worst part. When someone just high rolls out of their damn like mind and just gets all this shit. Because that's all it was. Like he had like this is it, and I lost it and I fought him I don't wait, why did I fight him again? Is there another dude with healing orbs? No, it made me fight him twice. Like, bro, this is what I'm telling you. Fucking this game, like with the way it like matches you against your opponents just makes 0 sense, right? It was stage 2, so I fought 1 person, 2 person, 3 people, 4 people, 5 people. There's 8 people. I still haven't, well, there's 7 other people. There's 2 people I haven't fought yet. And it makes me just fight this guy again. Like, who, like, 1 streaked early and then just, like, high rolled a fucking Sejuani. Like, really? Like, are you kidding me right now? And he made me go from, like, 90 to, like, 82 because I couldn't kill anything on his fucking board. Which is so annoying. Yeah, I need a Bloodthirst. Because I have 2 attack, like, I have 2 damage items, so I don't really need another one. So annoying. God, Challenger is a joke. Like, Challenger just falls off so hard at stage 3.
There's nothing quite like the thrill of battle with a fish that you've hooked.
I don't really want any of these because I literally just slammed that. Like, none of these are very good for us, to be honest. And 2020. I'm just gonna take it and then just put like Guard breaker on someone else.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Like a Radiant BT there would have been fantastic for us. I probably should have just gone for the Radiant Gwynces. Yep. Yep. No, we're playing one game because I'm not in the mood to fucking deal with this shit right now. Not to do another fucking game. Like, I'm tired. I just want to play the next set, which unfortunately the PB went up late. So we're gonna play this one game. I'm probably going to lose it, and we're just going to accept it and then carry on with life. And I'm gonna go eat dinner because I hate this set. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think set, like, a lot of people sometimes look back on like older things and be like, oh, it was better back then. I don't think this set's ever gonna have that. I think we're all gonna look back and then remember like all the shit we had to deal with, and then we're all gonna go, yeah, no, that set sucked.
I will rest when our homelands are restored. I'm about to ruin your day.
Yeah, I have to like swap to something else. I guess I could go vertical Ionia to go for, since I have the karma, so that way I can use the so I can use my Deathfire grasp. Oh, it wouldn't let me put the items on. I was trying to put it like 3 times. It was definitely the right call. It's just I couldn't put the items where I wanted them fast enough.
Quiet before I came along.
Let's start the show.
I will rest when our homelands are restored. I will rest when our homelands are restored.
I need a Nyla. Like, I'm also just gonna give her a guard breaker. Honestly, I just got like dicked over on my fucking Finn items is what happened. Like, Radiant Guardbreaker when I already had a Guardbreaker, like, it's such a troll fucking thing. I need 4 Vanquisher though. Who am I missing? Nyla, I didn't see an Ashe, or else I would have put one in. Because I know that other guy had the Freljord going. This is definitely our out. It's just that I have to get like either 6 Ionia, which requires Shen, or and 4 Vanquisher, which requires Nyla Ashe.
As Ionia changes, so will I.
Why does everybody have fucking... What the fuck is this lobby, dude? Fucking, we have a guy who just high rolled the fucking Sejuani in stage 2. And then now we have, like... This guy who just, like, 2 teams that both had Scions. Like, what the fuck is this lobby right now, bro? Like, people are just high rolling out of their fucking ass. Like, there's no... Like, there's zero skill going on in this lobby right now.
Is not of this time.
There we go.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Oh, sheesh. That was a lot closer than I would have liked. Like, how in the fuck did everybody just hit everything now at 4? Like, goddamn. I don't know if, like, my brain is just slow or just, like what? Like, am I out of it? Like, jeez. This, dog. I had such a strong challenger start, and then I just, like, got shit on because everybody else just had better shit.
Now that is what I want to see.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it. For the Freljord!
Okay. That's good. Because as long as we have, like, less Ionia units, she'll get her thing back faster. I just have to fight this guy again. That's cool. Like, everybody else just literally hit everything except for me, and it's kind of getting on my nerves. I should have just gone for the edge of night one.
Couldn't have picked better myself.
Like, like, did I play that wrong or something? Like, or did I just literally just get fucking RNG out my fucking ass here? This guy gets a Slayer spot, and then he gets a Radiant Guard Breaker. This guy gets Radiant Gunblade. Radiant Stoneplate. Let's see. Radiant Rapid Fire. Radiant Shojins. This is like the only one that like didn't get a Radiant item that was better than my selection. Like, this is why I say this set, like, we're gonna look back and think about like at some point someone's gonna get rose tinted glasses and be like, man, I wonder how set 9 was, and we're gonna look back and then be like, holy fuck, that set, there's just so much shit in there that we do not want to deal with again. I'll play one more because there's still like 30 minutes left. Because like Finn's shop, under no, like, I don't understand why Finn's shop, both Rat Town and Finn's shops are like, I don't know why they're RNG. If you knew, like, if I knew, I literally slammed a guard breaker and then the next turn I get a Finn's shop with a Radiant guard breaker in it. Like, I wouldn't have slammed that guard breaker. Obviously, if I knew, I would have saved it to make a QSS. Or not a QSS, well, I could have made a QSS with it, like a Last Whisper, which is really good. Like, you know, like, but because it's random and you have no control over when Finn is gonna fucking pop up, you can get griefed like that, you know. And then the problem is that, you know, everybody else just got better items. Radiant Stoneplate, Radiant Rapid Fire, like, the randomness to Finn wouldn't be such a big deal if it was literally everybody gets the same 4 items to choose from. But it's random when he pops up, it's random what items everybody gets, it's just the same category, right? Everybody gets to choose from Radiant items, everybody gets to choose from Ornn items, everybody gets to choose from regular items. Like, the only reason I went for it was for removers, because I like having removers, which is why, like, I hope that Reforger one, they change it to like removers. Because I'd rather have a remover over a Reforger, personally. That's a personal taste thing. But like, literally I just got like RNG fucked. Like, I had a really strong challenger start. Fucking apparently everybody else just, their shop just gave them better shit. Like, and then my like Finn, like, I should have, I mean, I also should have just gone the Edge of Night one instead for extra attack speed. But like there's, I can't do anything with that. Like, I can't do anything when the game just, there's too much RNG in this. Like, it's funny. They put in legends because they're like, we want to control variants, and then they introduced, like, in set 9, two fucking two portals that like the RNG will fuck you over when they pop up, right? Like Rat Town, if that shop pops up, the lucky shop pops up, and you don't have any gold because you just did your roll down the turn before, it's one of the most infuriating things in the world because you have no idea when it's gonna pop up, and it's so dumb. I think it's single-handedly like just one of the dumbest things ever. Like, and then Finn, like, the worst part about Finn is that sometimes you can have it pop up like once. I've had a game where we only had a Finn pop up once. I've had a game where we had Finn pop up twice in the same round, like, or like just about, like, it was, well, it was basically the same round. I think he popped up at the end of one round and then at the beginning of the next round, like just back to back. And it's like, you don't need more randomness to it. The only reason I don't get annoyed with Hall of the Nine is because everybody gets the same thing, right? Like, you can't sit there and complain about someone getting a Tome of Traits because everybody got a Tome of Traits from Hall of 9, right? Like, that's just how Hall of 9 works, which is good in my opinion. Like, that's how everything should be when it comes to like RNG aspects, because if everybody had to choose from Guard Breaker, Blue Buff, whatchamacallit, I guess Sunfire. I should have gone for the Radiant Sunfire. I keep forgetting the Radiant Sunfire is actually pretty good. Oh no, I was just, I'm glad none of the portals are super crazy next set. Red buff is just too good on that. I'm not really gonna be able to like win anything. Alright, who got what? What'd you get? Arima, Gunner. Arima and Gunner, which means I could probably go like Slayer Demacia. Oh, sweet, one loss. We take those. But I feel like I just got like RNG fucked the last game. I don't think there was like, I think like that pivot was like the smartest pivot I could do, and then it's still kind of like just, it was kind of like not enough, right? Like if that makes sense. It was kind of like a, well, you did the pivot and that pivot probably kept me from going 8th, which doesn't matter because I lose like 40 points for going 7th anyway. And like, that's another thing I don't like about TFT, but that's a complaint of the rank system as a whole. The rank system is honestly kind of atrocious when it comes to how many points you lose. Because like, a first place gets me like 40 points. A second place gets me like 30 something points, 30 to 20 points. Right, 2 loss. It's fine. There's really like nothing else I can do. Like my board's just not coming together. Now you are. There we go. Oh right, this one. Can I build something with this? Not really. The Gwinsu, but I don't really want to do the bow early. I'll just grab 2 bows. Like we're probably gonna demote because like these 2 games have been going terribly. Oh, no wonder I didn't find any graves. I mean, this one's not going like extremely terrible. We have a 1 loss and then a 2 loss and then another 1 loss, or we have a win. So he fucked up my lose streak. You're a bit of a bitch. But he's literally what, like 2 graves off? Yeah, he's 2 graves off from graves 3. And he has money. So he's probably gonna hit that soon. That's gonna be really nice. Because I can do Last Whisper. Definitely not Sunfire because we already have a red buff. We can get a Galio. Like in the next shop, we're kind of chilling. I'll just get a Quinn.
Demacia is counting on us.
This will either be like a Giant Slayer. I don't really like a Titan. It's gonna be super weird to see Alawi go from like a 1 cost off 5 costing. That trips me up. Bringing me down. Alright, so we have Kale. This one for sure. We want a Rek'Sai. Want you two. Eventually we drop Galio, and then it'll just be Sejuani. Kind of like the default thing. Oh, he already has 2. Right? Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Oh,
You cannot hide.
yeah, that last game went terribly. I think like everything that could go wrong did go wrong for me. And then I think my brain was so out of it that I just couldn't like fix the problem.
Guess we're fighting.
Well, I think I fixed the problem as quickly as I could, right? I tried to rectify it as quickly as I could. But it was like too little too late because everybody else just hit so much harder. And like I kind of like just like I rolled past two two Sejuani, like a Sejuani pair that I could have grabbed, which definitely probably would have helped.
Set sail.
Noxus will rise.
Oh, this is a Nasher. Crown's Guard. Yeah. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. Oh, here you got fucking driving. He's also a Demacia there. Oh, and he got fucking holy shit! What the fuck, bro? He just high rolled a fucking Zaya like off the rip. That's cool. Damn.
I have but one life.
I wish my game would save my ass like that.
Make it count.
He just has a Shen and a Zaya at level 6. I'm a trades probably.
Now.
Every soul shall serve.
Oh shit. Wait, where the fuck do we have invokers from? Oh, I didn't have enough. Wait, no, I did, right? I had 6. What the fuck? I think one of these was supposed to be tailored. I got trolled. I should have waited. One of those should have been like. I was pretty sure. Isn't it supposed to be 6 that you get guaranteed 1? I probably should have just gone for the invoker one. I could have sworn that it was at 6 is when you got 1 tailored for sure. Maybe it was 8. Well, oh, actually, no, that works because we're gonna fit in Sejuani later. But we can just frail yard somebody. It works out. Now that I think about it, I was about to sit here like, fuck, that's a wasted spot. It's not. Like, it's kind of wasted because I have Last Whispers, but I'll take it. 3 damage. It's a free, like, true damage cast. Like, what? a couple seconds into the fight. Glad I took it. I was thinking about taking Invokers and going for Galio instead of something else, but like Galio is definitely worse than all of this. It's not as good as a Slayer spat, obviously, but better than nothing. Ugh. If I was here, I could have taken that. That would have been so huge for us.
Demacia's counting on us.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
I'm just missing like 5 seconds. Oh, I should have taken the Cassidon. That's what I should. This is probably going to be like on the reverse. Needs to be like a Gunblade. Probably on Mordekaiser. I'm so glad it's another set with Mordekaiser in. Mordekaiser was in last set too. I'm happy. Happy Baloo. Oh, I'm so excited for set 10. It looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Oh, he hit that. Give it HP. It does. You can have that for now. Yeah, that's gonna be the issue. Him getting Zephyr on the Rogue is like terrible for us because it lets him counter everything, all the Rogue positions. To be honest, it's also just like if we had Demacia 5, it would be fine. But like apparently everybody and their mothers has Galios, like so we're kind of just sitting here doing whatever. Also, just need to move these items. I didn't think about it. I think there was a Cassidon in my shop that I could have had. I could have moved the items over.
You cannot hide.
Demacia is counting on us.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't. I may be merciful.
Oh, there was a Galio. Fuck, I said them. Fuck. I think if I had 5 in, that would have been way better.
Demacia, now and forever.
The void has breached this place. I never hold back.
I never hold back.
I'm still gonna try to put in like the bruiser. Oh shit, it moved the items. I'm so dumb. I keep forgetting that. That when you put an item on a character, it moves the Demacia item over. It might still work just because like Quinn's kind of not our damage carry anymore. Yeah, 6 gunner. Quinn's kind of just there for just Demacia and Slayer now. I mean, we probably still would have been better if she had the Radiant DB, to be honest. I'll probably just put it back on her. She just tell like our top damage dealer. I thought they hit the Slayer spot too. We're sitting on Mordekaiser pair though. Well, but he's got Pandora's bench. You're really gonna try to tell me that his Mordekaiser with like no fucking items out damaged my Mordekaiser with okay. Okay. Whatever the fuck you say, game. Whatever the fuck you say. I need a sigil. Oh, and he also has failure at heart. Fuck, and he got all the Sejuanis, and now my team's about to get stunned. Oh my god. Everybody else is getting bailed out harder than me. Whee! Because he has fucking TF with the Pandora's bench. Let's go, finally. That's fine. It's not fine. I don't know if we can go top 4 here because I lost all my points because apparently, you know, I went 7th after 2 second places. Yes, on Friday. Probably just gonna get demoted to Diamond 4, which to be honest doesn't really mean shit to me. Can I get a sword? Apparently the answer is no. Apparently the answer is hell no. I just wanted to BT, but apparently we are not allowed any swords. Well, I don't think we can beat him. Oh, he also has a Sejuani too. How many people got Sejuanis? Feels bad, man. Feels smoke. And he has a 3-star Kaisa. Cool. And he's got an Ari with items. Cool. Nice. We're not going top 4. Not without somehow magically going 8 and getting Aatrox. Gonna econ to try to get. Yeah. Like, I don't really think anybody can beat that. He just needs to. He has 4 challenger on that. He doesn't have a Shojins though, so I guess that's like the only redeeming feature. Oh, I think he just needs to cast once. Perfect. He hit a 3-star Kaisa at level 7. How? Like, the odds of that are so fucking low. Oh, we just roll down. I called that we weren't going top 4. As soon as I saw what we were dealing with, I was like, there's no way we're hitting top 4. Because I don't think I can kill anything else with what we had. Oh well. Like I'm saying, like I don't care for this set anymore. It's like I think all of us are kind of just over this set, really. Let's go there now. So you can get challenger. It's not really gonna save us, but better than nothing. And he's on. Okay, if I fight him, I lose. He's on last stand. Last stand, he gets so much Omnivamp on top of the Slayer Omnivamp. Like, there's just really nothing to do there. I don't know. This set feels like shit, dude. Like. I should have just not played TFT. I should have just called it at the end of going over the set 10 stuff. Like, this set just feels terrible, dude. Like, my Mordekaiser with 3 items lost to fucking this guy with his Mordekaiser that had a QSS and a bow. Like, what? In what fucking world does that make any goddamn sense, dude? Like, he didn't even have Slayer. Like, we were exactly equal. And like, he had no items on here. And like, what the fuck, bro? This game, like, this set is so fucking dog shit, bro. Oh my god, I just had to be the next set. This set's a fucking joke, dude. Like, I feel bad for the fucking TFT team because this set is literally like the worst. I think it's probably like their worst set in a long time. Balance has been all over the place. Fucking the meta's been dog shit. Like, I get 2 7ths after second. This 7th I feel is just fucked over by RNG. I was gonna go challengers and then some other guy just shit out a bunch of challenger units. That was fun. Yeah, this set is fucking just dog shit, dude. Because like, there's like no, like, I got a Slayer like crest, right? Which like, that should have been my out. And then somebody else gets a Slayer crest, but then their shittier fucking team apparently beats my team because I don't fucking know reasons. Apparently, like, it's just. And then some guy literally gets a 3-star Kaisa at 7, at level 7. Like, Pandora's bench, so skillful, so good. Meanwhile, my Pandora's bench can't give me a 2-star forecast that's uncontested. Cause that's cool. Man, I was like in such a good mood, and then I played this game. Like, I was in such a good mood, and then I played this game. And then I played those 2 games, and my mood just went like out the fucking window because those are like, I feel like those 2 games just showed in full force that's how like shitty this set is right now. Oh my god. Again, some guy just like luck shits a 5-star Ari into fucking what, 7 Ionia with a Belvith and an Ari, and then I think that was a TF player because he had an Ari with blue buff Nashers and like a Joel Gauntlet. I can't do anything to that, bro. I can't do anything to that. Like, my Mordekaiser's 2-starred with like his BIS close combat items. Like, he literally can't do anything. He kills like 1 frontline unit, then he falls over and he's dead. I couldn't 2-star Sejuani because the what is it? There was 2 people with 2-star Sejuanis out. Like, that kind of sucked. Which means it took forever to get my Freljord emblem online. I kind of got trolled by my tomes because I was like, I'm like 90%. Is this not supposed to be 6? Hold up. Yeah, no, okay. I was griefed. I was griefed by the fucking by my tome. Okay, I was curious about that. No, I was griefed. Okay, that's good to know. So if you have 6 traits open, the leftmost trait is supposed to be something you have active, like something you have on your board, right? And it didn't do that. For whatever reason, it gave me the 5 one where everything was random, and I had 6 because I had 3 that were highlighted and 3 that were like faded. So my tome was like fucking griefed me and bugged out because it gave me an invoker spat when I didn't have an invokers on the board. I didn't even have an invokers on the bench. I'm like 90% sure I had it. I'll have to look back and see if maybe I don't know what happened. I think it like bugged out. Oh well, whatever. Like, I'm never playing this set again. Like, I would rather spend 40 minutes in like trying to get trying to get PvE to work before I'll fucking play this set again, to be honest. But PvE, like, we might play some PvE tonight. It's supposed to go up in like 2 hours if it like sticks to the schedule, right? Also, we're gonna say hi to Haku, like Apex. So I'm gonna try to like I'm gonna try to see if I can get in and like have it updated like before the night stream. If it's working, I'm like what I'm probably gonna do is I'll probably stay logged into it and hope it doesn't boot me out, and then we'll probably do like an hour or two of Apex to do the new event to get the dailies and shit, or I might just do Apex before stream and then we'll do like the PvE to try to like see if it works. But that'll be it. Fuck this set. I don't think any of us really like, I don't think anybody's gonna look back fondly on this set too much. Like there was some fun times, but like I think like it had way more like infuriating aspects than it did like cool aspects, which is unfortunate because you could tell they definitely spent a lot of time working on at least like the legends and the portals and stuff like that. But anyway, I'm gonna go figure out dinner and probably take a break a bit, see if I like wake up. But thank you everyone for watching. I do appreciate it. If it's early in the day, have a good day. If it was late in the day, as well. Stay safe, stay hydrated, and do see you in the next one. Bye bye.